right, we are live. It's Saturday night. Get it off your chest. The show, you can come on the live panel, you can get it off your chest, and you can talk about it. Tonight, I've got an awesome panel. We'll have more coming on. I'm Tony Bruno. You can find me here, obviously, on this YouTube channel. You can find me on Spotify, Anchor, Apple Podcast, Lifestyle Philosophies with Tony Bruno, and social media, Instagram, Twitter, T21 Surfer. We're going to start with Frank Pesci. How can everybody find you?
What's up, Tony? Pleasure to be here with you as always. Hey, it's going to be a great night. We're going to talk about a lot of good stuff, and we're just going to let it flow. I hope if you're interested, you jump on the panel with us. You guys can find me on YouTube, Frank Pesci. Check out my channel. You can also check me out on Instagram, Frank_Pesci_. And I hope that you do check me out. Thank you.
Martin, you're up.
I am. Hey, Tony, thanks for having me on. Frank, always good seeing you as well. Martin Otino, just the way it sounds at Instagram. That's where I'm reached right now. That's the only thing I'm going to plug. Glad to be here again. Like I said, just a guy, a Canadian from the Great White North, a fireman, realtor, and just grateful to be here, Tony. Thank you for having me.
Well, cheers to you, Martin. Tonight, we're going to start the topic. What the topic is going to be, and this relates to men, women, whoever, but it's going to be physical fitness. That's what we're going to start the topic about. And we have guys of different age range. I'm 58. Frank, you're 34, 33?
36.
36, okay. And Martin, you are?
43, Tony.
43. So, you know, everybody watching, you got a pretty good age range of guys that I think are in good shape and take care of themselves. So I'm going to shoot this right off to Martin, because Martin, I've seen your Instagram. I've seen you when you jumped in that cold lake. When you took off your shirt, I'm like, damn, this guy's jacked. Tell everybody kind of your fitness routine.
Well, thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. The fitness routine is pretty simple. I'm a simple guy, and when things get too complicated, I stay off track. I'm learning. I feel I'm coming into the best season of my life, and I really started first by just focusing on the diet, cutting out processed food. Pretty simple, just intermittent fasting by waking up in the morning, crushing a big tall glass of water, get the body hydrated, simple stuff, multivitamin, clean eating. Pretty much treating food being the meat and vegetables being the vitamins, the medicine.
Yeah.
And if I am going to have a carbohydrate, it's going to be simple and clean, more or less just a potato, a sweet potato, or rice. Just being in motion. I'm 43, and I'm a little bit mindful of getting wounded or picking up pain. So just clean, smooth push-ups. You don't even need a lot of equipment, and I'm doing this in the pandemic. And up here in Canada, it's the opposite of Florida. Like, everything's shut down. It's full on like insanity. Like, gyms aren't open, nothing's open. So a lot of my workout routine starts with an early morning, a power walk, just push-ups, body squats. And I do my weight training at the fire station with the guys, and I'm kind of blessed that the men I work with, they're competent, they're capable. I learn from them, and what that composes is just free weights, big compound movements, and learning, Tony, learning. I don't feel I'm qualified to speak because I'm not where I want to be, but we're getting better every day, and that's really what it comes down to. It's just being disciplined.
There was one thing you said. I'm getting a loop from somebody, maybe Anthony or Frank. There you go. I'm still getting a little loop. I don't know who that is. Is it you, Martin?
I'm not quite sure. I hear everyone fine.
Testing 1, 2. Yeah, we're getting a little loop from you, Martin, I think, or we were.
Okay, how do you hear me now?
Sounds good.
Okay.
You were talking about clean carbs, clean carbohydrates.
Correct.
one thing that I absolutely can't stand, and I have tried, is sweet potatoes. I have tried, and I have tried, and I have tried. I just can't eat them. Now, when you say rice, are you talking brown rice?
Yeah, I don't like the taste of brown rice.
Me either.
It's like I'd rather have no pizza, this is me, than that whole wheat pizza.
Yeah.
So I don't like the taste of brown rice. It's clean. So essentially, just unprocessed. I know it sounds crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way you would eat it in our grandparents' generation. So if it's in the box or if it needs to be microwaved, I'm choosing not to eat it. Okay. And another thing that I've done as well, Tony, is not to drink a single calorie.
Okay.
You know, no soda, no anything. And it's really made a difference. And I haven't been ridiculous with it. Like, we eat like degenerates at the fire station. Like, we truly do. That would be my cheat meals by twice a week. But aside from there, I'm pretty clean. I could get better. We could all get better.
Isn't it a simple formula, though? Like eating, burning more calories than you take in. I mean, that's just a very simple formula. I think that's what a lot of people need to do, is like burn more calories than you take in. As far as carbs go, like you said, a soda, I have a rum and Coke right here tonight, and I very rarely drink that. I was a little tired today, so I'm like, I'm going to have a little Coca-Cola with a little rum here this evening. And but yeah, I think things in moderation are okay. In other words, I think when somebody's on a health and fitness plan, like if you're starting off, I think you need to, this is my opinion, you need to stay super disciplined, okay? Because what happens is, if you're not disciplined at the beginning of your fitness program, I think what happens is that you'll fail quicker. Where somebody like me, like today, I wanted a meatball sub. I don't eat bread. I had a meatball sub from this place local, and it's a monster. And I destroyed the whole thing. There's easily a pound of meat in that or more. But that's all I ate today. So basically, I do OMAD. On Thursdays to Friday evenings, I do a 24-hour fast every day. Every day. That's what made me really hungry this morning. So, but I think moderation is real important. Don't people talk about like cheat, like you had said, and I say that word a lot too. But you know what? If you work hard and you train and do all that, and you want to have a pizza, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. So, but let's welcome Anthony. Anthony, how you doing? Let's hit your mic. I can get you here. Hang on, I got you. Oh, I just muted you. There you are. Anthony, how are you? You have to unmute yourself, Anthony.
How about that?
Yeah, much better. How you doing tonight from occupied California? I love that.
Doing good. I guess we're opening up a little bit, so
good.
Semi-occupied, right?
Good. You know, it's funny when Martin was talking about doing push-ups. I know you're big into the push-ups and the pull-ups and all that stuff. So I think body weight training is something I think people don't think that it actually works.
Oh yeah.
I think it's quite a different. What I've been doing really now for about 2 months, and I keep trying to refine it, is Jay Vincent's high intensity training, which is, to me, is just incredible. I think it's mind blowing on the difference in how it works according to the way I used to train, and lifting heavy versus lifting in doing negatives, and lifting instead of, it's basically time under load, I think really is the best way to talk about high intensity training. So normally when you would do 10 curls, you do them in 10 seconds. Now I do 10 curls, and it's funny thing is I have to bring the weight down, and I'm doing actually 60 seconds of holding and never actually locking out or locking up. And I noticed a big difference in the way I train. So, any of you guys familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I haven't tried it, Tony, and I want to try it.
Yeah.
And what I like about that, it's lighter weight, it's a smoother go, and you're less inclined to get injured.
Yeah.
With
I
better
mean,
results too, right?
even with like 50-pound dumbbells, normally I can pump off like 15 in a set. And in fact, when we talked to Jay Vincent, he even said, you probably do like 7 now. I said, exactly. I can do like 7 or 8, and I can barely get that last one up there, where normally, like going to the gym, I would do 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s on my last set and do like 5 set of 90-pound dumbbells. But to me, this has actually been a better workout,
Okay.
So, but let's go to Frank. Let's talk about your regiment.
Hey guys, how are you? Good to be here. Well, I too, like Martin, am in the fire service, so I am very much into physical, functional fitness. I was in the U.S. Army for 8 years, and really, I had a really good first sergeant. He was an Army Ranger, and he had done a lot of really cool missions in Afghanistan and Iraq, and those missions required him to be functionally fit. And he used to tell us all the time that we have a responsibility to be warrior athletes, not only a responsibility to ourselves, but the responsibility to our buddies in our unit, because more often than not, your failure gets somebody else killed rather than getting yourself killed. So I myself really enjoy and do a lot of body weight movement, a lot of squats, a lot of burpees, a lot of push-ups. I do a lot of hiking. I now live almost off grid, and I have a good swath of land that I'm able to walk around. And, I walk around that land with a purpose. I don't just walk around to take in fresh air. I walk around to survey my land, know how to operate on my land because it is mine. And again, being in the fire service, always have to be ready. Martin will tell you he's in the fire service. You could be working for a half an hour, 45 minutes straight, dragging a hose, going into a burning structure, looking for people on, basically under controlled air, which you have to be able to manage. You need to be able to manage your oxygen intake so that you can work longer and be more effective. There's no time to rest. So I'm very big on functional fitness. I try to eat, healthy. I'm Italian, so I cook a lot. I try to go through the supermarket and really just try to stay on the outside of the shelves, try to hit the aisles where stuff is fresh. I try to stay out of the middle the best I can. But yeah, huge proponent of functional fitness. Be a warrior athlete. People, I think body movements are underrated. Also, I've done martial arts for over 10 years. So again, I'm not in this to look pretty or feel good, but to be good and to be able to be called upon in the time of need. I lived in Manhattan, I lived in New York City for a long time, worked in New York City for a long time, back when they were playing the knockout game, just running around knocking people out on the street. Well, nobody ever tried that with me because, first of all, situational awareness, kept my head on a swivel. But at the same time, I trained to be ready for that and protect people around me who are important to me. So, I'll just say functional fitness, I believe in it very much.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. And when you say functional fitness, to me that really hits me hard, because if everybody doesn't know, anybody who's watching, I have a construction business. Now I've taken guys that were, very healthy dudes, and they've gone to work with me for a day and they were shot. They don't know how I do this every day. Yes, I've trained at it, you know what I mean? And I've gotten used to it. Like, I'll be doing crown molding next week, and I know my calves are going to be burning from stretching on the ladder all day long. So it's going to be basically, just stepping on the ladder all day long, and my calves will be burning. But functional fitness, you said martial arts. I've done martial arts for years, judo, in case anybody knows, and it's a brutal sport. It's a brutal sport. I think that anybody, especially any young guys out here, even older guys, I mean, I really started my martial art journey when I was about 40 years old. And it really, really was a real high point in my life. I was able to overcome a lot of things. Not only that, learned a learned a deadly martial art and learned it well, but with martial arts, as you know, Frank, comes injuries. I mean, that is a part of it, so, but anyways, I want to welcome JC. JC, how you doing tonight?
Yo, what's up, fellas? How's everyone doing this evening?
We're
What's up,
doing
man?
great.
Hey,
I'm
JC.
glad to have you back, brother. Glad to have you back.
Cool, man. Well, thank you for allowing me on.
Yeah, for sure. Our topic to start tonight is physical fitness. Yeah, I know you have an avatar, but what's your take on that?
Oh man, it's a big centerpiece in my life. Physical fitness has always been something that I've been involved with. Diet, nutrition. Since you guys are talking about martial arts as well, that's been a big thing for me. Just wanted to second that, Tony. I've also been a judo player for a while. Spent a lot of time doing judo, doing some jiu-jitsu. I kind of expanded upon the Nawaza and got into BJJ.
Okay.
A little bit of Japanese jiu-jitsu as well.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So as for physical fitness, I second what Frank said. I'm all about functional fitness. 5x5 is kind of my go-to routine. So squats, deadlifts, bench press, overhead press, Pendlay rows, dips, body weight pull-ups, and usually I will focus on like a linear progression where I'll start with a set weight and gradually increase that weight over time. If I'm looking for more power training, more for strength. But as I'm getting a little bit older, like you mentioned, with injuries, especially with judo and jiu-jitsu, there's a lot of pulling and pushing. It's hard on those joints, right? So as you get a bit older, reducing the amount of workload and focusing more on time under tension, and just extending out those sets with a little bit lighter weight, can produce different results. But yeah, I mean, I have a power rack in my apartment, and I do chin-ups on the daily. I do dips on the daily, squats and deadlifts, usually 2 to 3 days a week. I alternate. I have a Monday, Wednesday, Friday routine, and just really focusing on that 5x5. And then as for the diet, I generally have a higher fat, higher protein diet. Try to stay away from the carbohydrates, the sugars, etc. And one thing I've been focusing on as I got a little bit older is eating a diet that is very rich in probiotics. So one of the things that we experience with all of the foods that we eat that are full of antibiotics and hormones is that it actually throws off the microbiome within the gut. So the food that we eat actually becomes less, the bioavailability of that food decreases with any inflammation we have in our stomach. So one way to replenish the good bacteria in the stomach is look at things like fermented milks and sauerkraut. You can take a probiotic supplement. There's a ton of different things that you can do to help reduce that inflammatory response in the gut. So the food that we do eat is more accessible to the body, and our body can process that a lot easier. So, kind of taking inventory on those things. Vitamin D supplements are a big thing. Omega-3s are a big thing. And just, like a solid multivitamin. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned probiotics. I've been taking those for years. I've been probably taking probiotics for about 12 years. I take them every day. I truly don't know why. I never have stomach issues, but maybe that's why I don't have stomach issues.
But you look great for your age, though, dude. You really do. I've seen you in person. You don't look your age whatsoever. So
thank you.
Whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
I appreciate that. We got Coach EO here, standing missionary. Great full body workout. Salute, man. Coach EO, you are welcome to come on. You know that. I appreciate your comment and you dropping in. I want to say hi to a couple people real quick. Earl's daughter, welcome back. Tony 513, Peekaboo, Primal Man. That's Mantidote. He'll be jumping in here shortly. So, but I do want to recognize everybody that's in the chat. So I appreciate all of you for sure. So, but yeah, let's get back to it. Yeah, it's funny, JC. You talked about judo. I think that's a sport that I call it highly underrated. It is a brutal sport. In fact, I noticed that when people start, that a lot of them don't last long in that sport. I don't know if you've had the same thing. I mean, I used to do instructing and I've done some major competitions. I have a shattered collarbone because of judo. I've got steel that goes all the way across my collarbone with pins and screws. So I know the injuries that come with it. I have a lot of crowns from judo, and so injury is a part of it. So, but so JC, let me ask you about your martial art, because I'm just curious. How long have you been doing it?
I started with boxing when I was younger, and I didn't actually transition into judo till I was already an adult, which is actually in terms for judo, that's kind of late in the game. Usually judo is a lot younger, like a preteens into teens, and by the time you hit your mid 20s, you're kind of ancient in judo, right? Because like you mentioned, it's the injuries that come from judo are quite hard. I heard one guy make the comparison once where he said judo is kind of like, if you look at all of the sports and if you look at the impact on all of the sports, for martial arts, judo is kind of like the football of all sports, because of just the sheer volume of throws and lands, and I mean, it's just, as you know, it's very hard on the body. So for judo, I'm about 3 years into judo right now. We took a little break, with the pandemic and stuff, and the dojos and stuff being closed. So if I'm being entirely honest, we haven't been training as often. But leading right up until the pandemic, I mean, we were training 2 days a week consistently for about 2 years. And I absolutely love judo. I think it's one of my favorite sports out there. And it's one of the most functional martial arts, I think. If you get close to a guy, especially like if you live in like the Northern Hemisphere where dudes are wearing jackets, if you get a hold of a guy's collar, I mean, it's game over for him. 100%. He has no idea what's about to happen. So
that's one of the reasons why I love it. I mean, it's funny you say that, because I haven't really trained, and it's been probably almost a year now. But if you go in my garage and you look at my heavy bag, one of my gis is on that heavy bag, and I do my uchikomi, my fit-ins, right on the heavy bag. So nice. I can actually train with my heavy bag. So awesome. It is a brutal sport, just for anybody that wants to know. But JC, you nailed it. It's close up. When somebody bucks up to you, they have no idea what they're in for. Just no idea.
Not at all. And I mean, for me, like, I don't have a heavy bag in my apartment, but what I do is I stack up my power rack, and then I have these bands that I put on my power rack so I can do my, do my uchis on the power rack. But yeah, like if you've never wrestled with a judoka before, it can be quite frightening. To say the least.
Well, that's great. I'm glad to have another judoka in the house tonight. I had no idea. That's nice. Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm proud of you, man. It's a tough sport, and I would recommend it to anybody if anybody really wants close hand combat and to really disable somebody or take somebody down in extremely close quarters. Judo is the sport. So just so you guys know. But let's get back to physical fitness. So Frank, you said you do your training at your firehouse. What is what you said functional fitness? I want to go back to that. What's your typical workout?
Every day they try to make it a little bit different, but it's always like as many reps as possible for a round. Something along those lines. Like we have one workout called Bambi's where you'll start with, let's say 20 air squats and 30 lunges. So you'll start with 20 air squats, boom, bang those out, then 30 lunges. So that's 15 per leg. And then you drop it down to 28 lunges, 19 air squats. And you just run this round. It takes probably, 30 minutes to run through the round, all the way down to 0 on both sides. By the time you're done, you walk like Bambi. That's the whole premise of it. But a lot of running, a lot of burpees. I don't know why. Maybe Martin, maybe but a lot of firemen love burpees. And the whole idea is to basically smoke you out as quickly as possible to see if you're able to dig a little bit deeper, because they do a lot of case study in the fire service where they'll show you situations where firefighters have died. and why they died, and just how important reaction time is. I mean, a fire doubles in size every 30 seconds. So being quick, being able to manage high stress, and under a lot of weight, right? Because you got anywhere from 50 to 90 pounds of gear on in an environment where you can't see anything, where it's hot, where you need to stay low. You need to be physically fit, because in reality, the number one killer of firemen is heart attacks. So guys will go in, they'll perform this work at a high level. They'll go back to, go to rehab. And when I mean rehab is to recover from that work. They'll get water, and then they'll bend down, and then they'll sit down, and all of a sudden they go into cardiac arrest. So they've done a really good job of training us to recover standing up with your your hands above your head so that you're able to take in air. Because once you start to bend down and rest like this, you start to constrict that blood movement. So, and you know what? I'm impressed about it, actually, because exercise science is always changing, right? We're always finding out, oh, yeah, CrossFit, or, yeah, do this, do that, use body weight. No, use 5x5s. No, use this. And the reason that it changes so much so often is because we're living in an age where we have computers, where we're able to, only in the last 50, 60 years or so, analyze this data and analyze it in an effective way to figure out what really, really works, with some type of scientific approach to it. So in the past, I was a little bit more skeptical about exercise science, but now, having, spent some time in the fire service, I see why they do certain things and why we change protocols, because we have to do the best that we can to improve our odds to have the best outcome possible. And obviously physical fitness is a huge part of that.
When you said heart attack, I would have never thought that. And I'm thinking, is it because of the heat? Is it because of, what is the reason for heart attack among firefighters?
Stress, right? So, you're putting your body under extreme exertion, under extreme heat. Your adrenaline is pumping. You're doing an extreme amount of work in a very short period of time. And then all of a sudden, your heart rate is in that, let's say 170 to 190 zone or whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you go to rest and you fold yourself up and you bend over and you sit down on the tail of the truck. You start drinking water. All of a sudden your body kind of goes into cardiac arrest. I mean, that shouldn't happen to a 30-year-old, but if you're 50 and you're, older, or you have any kind of, blood pressure issues or anything like that, you really, really increase your risk. And look, I'm going off of what I learned in class. I'm going off of what we learned from our people that specialize in health and wellness for firefighters. And this is the data that they present to us. The number one killer of firefighters is cardiac arrest. And they do everything they can to teach us how to mitigate that through good recovery and, promoting good functional physical fitness. Yeah, I mean, that's how they're doing it here in the U.S. I know, Martin, you're up in Canada. But fire service is fire service, dude. It's a brotherhood all around the world. I'm sure you guys are probably looking at the same stuff, I would imagine.
I would agree with that statement, Frank. Everything you said is bang on the money. I actually know a firefighter who did have a heart attack. He went VSA, which is an acronym for vital signs absent. So he was dead. He was dead on the fire scene. He was an actual fire chief. And the guys quickly started tending to him. They took the defibrillator off the truck and they started working on the chief doing CPR. And they were, it was successful. The chief's back on the truck. He's back to work. But the concept of the heart attack, that's what takes most firemen out of the game. And to Tony's question, what I think it is, you go from 0 to like maximum. Like you just get right into it. And you're fully encapsulated in like it's a glorified massive oven mitt. So yes. You don't have the capability to sweat and cool yourself. So you get, as you're getting physical, you get hotter and hotter and hotter, but your body is not cooling itself. You're not able to wick the heat. And I think that's what contributes to the cardiac arrest.
Okay. Explain the vapor barrier. Can you explain the vapor barrier of how our suits work?
On the bunker suit?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just it tries to prevent all the toxins from coming in, which it isn't the best job, but it also prevents you from cooling off. So you're pretty much more or less a almost like those sweat bags that people wear to drop weight.
Think about this, guys. The fireman wears a turnout gear. It's a coat, and inside of the coat and the pants and all the gear, there's actually a very small space of air, like an air pocket between you and the suit. So, for instance, if somebody came and touched the outside of your suit, they would not only burn you because now your suit is pressed against you, but they would also burn themselves because, like Martin said, it's a glorified oven mitt. So it's really hot on the outside, and if that is pushed into your skin, you're going to get first and second degree burns just from how hot that gear is. So there's a very small vapor barrier of air that exists between your flesh and the suit that you're wearing on the outside. So combine that with max exertion and combine that with a high heat, high stress environment. Heart attacks kill firemen. There's no doubt.
I actually felt like I was going to have a heart attack. This would have been last year. We were responding to a small kitchen fire on the 15th floor high-rise, and the elevators were grounded. We couldn't get them, so I had to hump 15 flights of stairs, carrying the high-rise pack, and then to get on the mask and be on the SCBA, and I could not get my heart to regulate. So I'm on air, I'm breathing, and now I'm at the fire scene after hiking up 15 floors carrying all the gear. It's quite the thing when it's time to go. When it's go time, it really gets your heart rocking.
So when you guys were saying that at first, I was thinking, okay, you can regulate that. Like in martial arts, you regulate stress. You know that, Frank. When you're relaxed, that's when you focus the best. JC, you know that also. I'm sure your first time you grappled, you gassed like immediately, or your first match, you've gassed. You've blown the whole wad within like 20 seconds. But the difference with you guys is the heat, correct? Is that what I'm kind of getting at? Is the
And
heat,
the weight,
the
the stress,
Yeah.
visibility. You have no visibility in a true, fire. It's full of smoke. You can't see your hand in front of your face.
Right.
It's a little different, right? Because when you're in martial arts, you have one opponent. You're looking at your opponent. You're locked on. Me, I'm more of a boxer, Muay Thai guy. Just jiu-jitsu. So I pick, really one point that I'm looking at my guy, and I'm focusing on that. And outside of the periphery, all I care about is anything that can come and hurt me in my zone. Now think about fire. You're in a fire. All of a sudden, you got to worry about a ceiling falling on you. You have no visibility. You may have spent a bunch of time getting into a position, and now you got to grab maybe somebody and pull them out of that position the same way that you came. Not only that, you're worrying about radio communications. You're worrying about, your buddy who's in there with you. I mean, there's just tremendous factors. And Martin's been in the service longer than I have, and he could probably tell you. There are tremendous factors that play into creating an elevated stress environment for you for things that could really kill you. I mean, can you get killed in martial arts? Definitely. But you're not going in there thinking, yeah, I'm going to possibly die tonight at, practice. But in a fire, you're not necessarily thinking that either, but those threats exist. That's a real threat matrix on a fire scene.
I want to ask you about the suit. You said there's a vapor barrier. What is that like? Is it like an insulated layer that keeps the exterior off you? Because when being in construction, when you said that, what did I think of? Tyvek. That was my instant thought. Tyvek is kind of a one-way. It lets a house breathe. Is what it's really. That's what it's for. So explain that, either Martin or Frank.
So the turnout gear, or the bunker gear as we call it, it's got an inner liner, which would be, it insulates, and it's got a barrier that prevents the moisture from coming in. And actually, most of the burns that firemen actually get, it's not from the heat itself, it's from steam. Like steam conducts, the moisture in the steam conducts the heat more than the air itself. So it would be if you put your hand in a hot oven it's not going to burn as if you put your hand over a kettle, or if you pour the boiling water on your skin itself. So you would have the vapor barrier in the inner liner to prevent the steam from coming into the insulation layer. And then on the outer liner, it would be a fire retardant material that's also, it's just, it's abrasive, so it can handle you brushing up the things.
Earl's daughter's got a great comment here. It says her weekly workout consists of 80 hours plus of chasing 6 kids, cooking and cleaning. I don't have no black belt, but I can duck and weave with the best of them. I love that. I love that. That's great. And I'm sure that keeps you busy. That's great. I love that. So what Martin, when you were explaining that to me, what I'm thinking of, okay, you're in your suit, you're sweating. And then when that suit is compressed or against something, like your sweat will cause the steam. That's what I was kind of thinking.
No, it'd be the steam from the water hitting the fire.
Gotcha.
And then that comes back and burns you.
Okay.
Right? So the steam burns that will happen is we'll mask up where our SCBA to allow us to breathe clean oxygen. However, we wear a balaclava that goes around the mask and underneath our helmet. And sometimes if it's not well tucked, you can get steam burns around your ears, down your neck and such. So what we do, and I'm sure Frank's got the same thing, before we go in the fire, we just quickly check each other. It's all about accountability, having each other's backs. And it's just, we check one another before we go in. It's a quick check down.
All right. Since you're a fireman, Martin, how accurate is that movie Backdraft?
It is completely inaccurate.
Nice.
Completely.
Okay.
You can't
the whole feel the doorknob thing, is that a thing?
Always.
Okay.
Always. You definitely want to feel before you open, just to know what's going on in there. You want to have door control, and you want to know what you're going into before you go there. And you don't want to just induce a lot of oxygen because that could cause a flashover.
Okay, because a backdraft is something like where the oxygen is starved, and as soon as a door opens, it gets that oxygen to fuel the fire. Is that right?
That is exactly right.
Okay.
And it's quite profound. Like, it really happens. We ran a fire, this would have been a month ago, where there was a fatality, and it was in a high-rise apartment fire. And that entire apartment fire fully flashed over, and everything and anything in that apartment, everything just roasted. It was like an inferno. So the heat increases. Everything ignites all at once.
Spontaneously combusts. It's an explosion.
Exactly. And then what it can do to that explosion, it can consume itself where it's still superheated, but the oxygen has been almost extinguished. And then when you open the door, you introduce oxygen to a superheated environment. And it's like as Frank said, it's an oxygen explosion.
You know, check this out. Did you guys know that your carpets, your couches, all the things that are in your house, when they burn, those are all synthetic materials. They're foam, they're plastic. Do you know that they off-gas hydrogen cyanide? Like, the stuff that is in our houses are so hazardous to our health. It is unbelievable. So when a fireman goes into a situation, it may not be classified as hazmat, but I'll tell you right now, you take 1 or 2 breaths of that smoke, you are dead. There is, you know, most people die within a couple of feet from their door trying to get out. So if you are trapped in a fire environment, it's really important that you get as low to the ground as you can, and you do your best not to breathe in these toxic fumes that are around you. And another thing that I think is really important and is a good takeaway for you guys is door control. Martin said door control. If you keep your doors closed in your house, you have a much better chance of compartmentalizing a fire so that it doesn't spread. So like my children's bedroom, They get their doors are closed at night. So again, if there's a fire, there's not a flow path for that fire to travel into their room, and it will give them a better chance of survival. And honestly, fire thrives on really three things, right? Oxygen, heat, and energy and fuel. So if you have these three components and you just eliminate one, which in the case of door control is oxygen, then you're able to, get that fire put out. So since I've come into the fire service, I have learned so much about fire science. It is, man, it's super underrated, man. It is crazy.
Is there any way to train for that heat? In other words, to get your body acclimated to that extreme heat? Is there any way to do that besides training?
You need the gear.
Train with the gear?
I'm saying you can't go into a superheated environment without that gear.
No, I understand that, but is there any way to get your body acclimated so you can, in other words, I don't want to say get used to it, but get used to it or understand it a little bit better?
Well, Tony, have you ever made cookies in your oven and open the oven door and be like, oh, crap, that's hot?
Oh, yeah.
And close the oven door?
Yeah.
That's what firemen go into on a regular basis. They're entering into, a 5 to 6 to 700 degree atmosphere. And Martin talked about flashover. Flashover used to happen at like 1200 degrees where everything in a room would just spontaneously combust. And if a flashover happens, you're dead. It's killing everybody in there. Now, because of all the plastics and the foams and the things that are in the furniture and such, flashover happens at like 700, 750 degrees. So it's really super important that, you're paying attention to thermal layers and things like this that, are related to fire science. But that's what firemen are trained for. I mean, look at 9/11, man. We lost 343 firefighters. Entire companies were wiped out. And you know what? They didn't think twice about it. They went in there and did their job, knowing the firefighters in Tower 2 knew that Tower 1 had collapsed. So they knew that inevitably Tower 2 would also collapse, yet they stayed in there to do their job. That is the dedication of the fire service. And coming from a military background, I can tell you I've never seen so much pride in a service. That includes Marines, all right? So, man, I am proud to be in the fire service.
So Frank and Martin, I have a question. I this year I got a small fire extinguisher and I put it in my room, my bedroom, because of some video I saw about Christmas tree fire safety, and they say you should not just have at least one fire extinguisher in your house, but two is preferable, and if you're going to have a second one, have it in your room, and close your door, like you said, close your door to your room. And so I've done that. And what do you guys think about that?
Water can.
Water can.
You want a water can. In my opinion, you want a water can. You can put out a lot of fire with one of those silver fire extinguishers. They're water cans, and they're pressurized, as opposed to like an A-class or whatever, B-class, C-class fire extinguisher that, shoots off like, a chemical. I think a water can is best. What do you think, Martin?
You're good either way, but it's best to have it and just have it handy. And I think beside the bed, Anthony, is a great spot to have it. Certainly one in the kitchen. That's where most fires start in the home. And one on the bed, when you're woken up an alarm, you got it right there, ready to go.
And where do you get a water can? I didn't even know what the hell that is. Where do you get it? Home Depot?
Yeah,
I'll have to look for one online.
I'm going to second that because I've never heard of that. I know that like water on a grease fire, like I have one of these tall ones that are made for a kitchen. If you have a pan that goes on fire, you hit it with that. Because I know if you shoot water on a grease fire, if I'm correct, it just like it flashes. So,
yeah, you want a Class K for the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. I'll drop it in the private chat for you here, Anthony. I found one online at Firefighter Supply Depot. It's cool. $139, 2.5 gallons. That's a lot bigger than you think.
Well, since we're going down this rabbit hole, how about smoke detectors? I'll give you guys a little story. I was telling my brother about this. You talk about wake me up. I had one of my smoke alarms go off probably about 2 weeks ago in the middle of the night. And it just so happens that I'm like, I'm going to try to sleep in. And it was after a late stream on here. So I had foam earplugs in. But I can tell you that it woke me up. And when I woke up, I actually thought I saw smoke. But I know I was like blurry eyes. Oh, yeah, and it was in the next bedroom. And I'm looking and I'm thinking that what is smoking? But the fact that I just woke up out of a super sound sleep and it was just my eyes were blurry. And basically what it was is all I can figure is that the smoke alarm was dust because I know that I in houses that I've worked on where we're cutting and we're talking sawdust, not cutting to where you're smoke burning, but I've set off smoke alarms just from dust. So basically I took that thing off the wall, and it's one of those newer ones too that doesn't have a replaceable battery. They supposedly last like 10 years. You know, my ones in my kitchen, my living room, I've got them everywhere. They have lights in them. So they actually shoot a beam of light down, which I think is kind of cool also. But so what do you guys let me bring Gonzo on here, man. Shoot. There he is.
Hey,
There he is.
working.
Good.
Going good. How y'all doing? We talk about fire.
Yeah, we started out on physical fitness, but we got two firemen right here, and one of the questions I asked them if backdraft was reality, and Martin's like, absolutely not.
Well, you know the thing about that movie, Tony, you can see what's happening. And the truth about a fire, you cannot hear well. You're fully encapsulated. The smoke itself disrupts the sound waves. You can't see. You're in a box. It's all smoky. Frank alluded to it earlier. Everything's hydrocarbon based, so it's all just plastic and rubber and synthetic material that creates a lot of smoke. So now you're not seeing. You're as low as you can go. So backdraft guys are on their feet and they're moving fast and quick and they can see where they're going. Where we're on a floor and we're feeling. We're almost making our way slowly. And quite after we knock down the fire, we have a view of what it is. So after we knock down the fire, we do salvage and overhaul. And then it's a totally different panorama, because in the fire itself, you're moving not as fast as you would think, because you're on the floor and you're feeling for walls and you're looking for victims. But the movement that you're traveling, sometimes a 100-foot or a 50-foot movement into a house, it could feel like triple that, you know? So it really is your sense of touch, sound, sight, it's gone. So it's nothing like backdraft.
You close your eyes when you're going into a search, into a fire scene, Martin?
Do I, Frank?
Yeah.
No.
I know a lot of guys close their eyes because they believe that it heightens their senses otherwise, hearing, touch, and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally understand that, because, you know, supposedly you're when you lose one of your senses, your other one's heightened dramatically. So, yeah, that's cool. Like I said, waking up from a deep sleep with a smoke alarm going off is pretty alarming. You know, and the thing is, you guys know, if you ever had a smoke alarm go off in your house, you have no clue where it is when it's going off, because it's shrieking. It sounds like it's everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like, have you ever had that where the smoke alarm will beep and you don't know which one it is because the battery's dying? So you hear a little beep and then you sit there and wait, and then it beeps again in about like 3 minutes, and then you go in the other room. Is it that one? Has anybody experienced that? Because I can't be the only one.
Yeah, it chirps.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's what Earl's daughter has to say. We lost our house to a fire years ago. Wow. Biggest lesson I learned is don't store your cooking oils above your stove. Wow. And wow.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sorry, Earl's daughter.
Matt says we need to help Anthony escape from California.
That's our ongoing mission.
Yeah,
Every
just send me a map.
Gonzo, do we have Gonzo news tonight? I'm curious.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
We have
awesome.
headlines.
Awesome.
Yes.
But, well, we started on the topic of physical fitness. And let me go here to the private chat. Okay, cool. I'm going to switch subjects here. And I played this for Frank. And we're gonna really just shift hard right here. This is a little clip I'm gonna play real quick. And I want to go kind of around the panel on this and get your thoughts. Okay, so I'm going to play it right now. You ready? Here we go.
A man should never, ever, ever, but never, 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 ever, never, 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 ever, 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 ever tell a woman his weakness. Never let a woman know your weakness. Never tell her your issues, because she would never let you forget it. Even when you overcome those issues, 50 years down the road, she'll remind you of them.
All right. Of course, everybody knows that's Jesse Lee Peterson. I put that clip up there purposely because I know we've got a panel of different age men here. So I'm going to start with, I want to start with JC because JC. I don't know if you're familiar with Jesse, but I want to start with JC and I want to get his take on that little clip right there. JC, are you there?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. I mean, it kind of took me off guard. I was kind of into the whole fire conversation for a moment.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Well, that's what I meant to do, is to switch gears hard. That's
yeah. I don't look at it specifically as telling whether, like, a woman your weakness, or like, I don't think really telling anyone your weakness would be beneficial, because it can be used against you, you know? So your weakness should really only be your weakness for a short period of time, because if you've identified,
Boom.
you know, like an arrow in the knee, for an example, then that should be something that you should be working on to overcome. So I think it's really only relevant for the short term and not like 30 years down the road, because if someone said to me, hey, you know, this is your weakness, I'm like, yo, that was like 30 years ago. Like, I've grown since then. So it's irrelevant.
Hell yeah. Awesome.
Never, ever.
Never ever.
I'm going to go to Frank on that one.
First of all, great comment, JC. I agree with you. I would have answered it in the same way. But I will add in, as a married man of over 15 years who has children, yeah, it's definitely not a good idea to share your weakness, because when you share your weakness, and I mean a detrimental weakness, I don't mean like I had a bad day today. I mean like, yo, this is an issue for me and I can't overcome it. Then you jeopardize the ability to stand as competent in other situations. So as the father and husband in the home, my job is to lead. We live in that traditional reality. We enjoy living in that reality. And, you know, by operating in that reality, for us, we've been very successful. So I do my best, you know, first of all, like you said, if you have a weakness, get it dealt with. Lean on your brothers, you know, find fellowship however you can. If needed, you know, seek the Lord, get it dealt with. You can't have a weakness that conquers you. Life is too short for that. Otherwise, you're wasting time and you're going to miss opportunities to walk into your purpose. So I'm very big on not wasting time and dealing with stuff as early on as possible. But I see absolutely no benefit in sharing a detrimental weakness with my wife. She's got her own things to worry about within the household. You know, her and I are both running businesses together, and you know, we have our own operations that we have to facilitate. So I don't find it beneficial at all to share weaknesses that, you know, that I have to deal with unless I feel the Lord leads me in that direction. But so far he hasn't. And, you know, like I said, we've been married a long time. You know, I'm the leader in my home, and I want my family to trust in my decision-making ability. One thing I learned at the 21 convention from Dr. Shawn T. Smith, it is really important for a father and a husband to maintain a low emotional environment in the face of stress as a father and as a husband. Because if the husband and the father becomes frantic about a challenge or a stressful situation, then you set the tone for the entire environment to say, I have no confidence in his ability to make decisions. We're screwed. So I do my best, not to let things get out of hand. I guess that's my answer to the question, Tony.
And that's a great answer, because I think that simple statement to a lot of people, I think that our I'll call it our new society will say that men need to be vulnerable. You need to understand your, grasp your feminine side, which I'm sorry, but I don't think I have a feminine side. But I think you need to understand the feminine, but I think being masculine, and when you show that weakness, that's not what a woman wants to look up to. A woman really wants a strong man to look up to. And that's
is it. Tony, is it commonplace for women to say you need to embrace your masculine side?
Absolutely not. Nowadays, I don't think.
Yeah, I've never heard it either. So I don't. Yeah, I'm not trying to embrace my feminine side either. Do I have qualities for my mother or my father? Sure, but ultimately, I'm a man with a certain set of responsibilities. I enjoy being a man. I'm always learning from other men. Men that I look up to. However I can learn, however I can grow, I'm about it, man. I'm not trying to fit into anybody else's category.
Look at this comment. Men should be men and women need a strong man. Amen.
100%.
I agree. It's not common today, but real women need strong men. Saying that as a woman. Well, thank you. That's a great statement from a woman. I do appreciate that here for sure. Martin, let's go to you on that. You met Jesse, and you know him, so you spent some time with him. So tell me your thoughts on that statement.
I could not agree with Jesse more. And part of my story, Tony, as you know, I got married young, father of 3 at 27, unfathered. My father never had a father, and I'm not going to tell the whole story today, but I didn't have that template on how to behave. And if I knew then what I knew now, and if I could talk to myself at 23, the very first thing I would say is to find some healthy, masculine men to unpack and compare your problems and your notes with. The best thing you can do for your matrimony is to have men in your life. And when you're alone, without that, you're going to find yourself in need of wanting to share. And your woman's not a garbage can for you to put your problems onto or into. She needs you to be the rock. And all this gobbledygook that Hollywood tells us and Oprah Winfrey, it's almost like sabotaging relationships. And it breeds contempt. Opposites attract. And when you're alike, you have this contempt and this agitation and overexposure to one another. And the same way a man is almost hypnotized by a feminine, virtuous woman, a woman is drawn to a healthy, masculine, and strong man. And part of being that is to have your life in order. And she's, by her very nature, this is like, if you believe in evolution or in creation, she's vulnerable and she's fragile, and she needs a man to afford her that comfort. And in that state, she'll blossom like a flower, but unless she feels secure that her man is strong and competent, she'll never blossom. So the more masculine the man behaves, the more she has the opportunity to embrace her femininity. And masculine men, they provide, protect, and preside over their houses, but they don't go to their woman for strength. They give the woman his strength, but this is only possible if he has a group of men that he's walking through life. Now, I learned this the hard way, guys. Like, I'm currently, my matrimony is unpacking after 20 years, and I wish I knew this then, because I think a lot of the mistakes I made was buying into this Hollywood narrative. It doesn't work. A man's a man, a woman's a woman, and together they're doing life. And like two legs, when you're by yourself, you're on one leg, and when she comes along, you're not hopping on two, you're running. And that's how it works. The man's the man and the woman's the woman, and they complement one another and they don't compete.
Okay. Well, this brings me to I think it's, what is it, Jerry Maguire, the whole "you complete me" thing. No woman should complete you. I mean, and it's not a knock on a woman at all. I've never understood that whole phrase. So, but Martin, that's a great take, man. I love the way you put that. That was absolutely perfect.
And I'll say this as well, Tony, if I can add, the only thing that makes it work is that the man to lead has to have a value and belief system that's bigger than him, that he's prepared to die for. You know, he's got to have that in his heart, because if he's leading for himself, he's not a leader. He's an individual. And a real leader is from the front based on his behavior, and he's prepared to give it all for something that's bigger than him. Like, I'm talking death before dishonor type leadership. And when a woman sees that in him, here's a word that's super triggering: she will submit.
Amen.
And submit is not to be, let's say, property of anything or anyone. She has it in her where she wants to have a man worthy of that. And he has to qualify for that based on his character, his conduct, and his performance. So it's a holy order, as Jesse puts it down, and it reconciles with thousands of years of success. And what we're doing right now, we're disrupting nature, order, and it just creates chaos and destruction.
Well put, man. Well put.
Thanks, brother.
Let's go to Anthony. Anthony, do you want to respond to that clip?
Yeah. First of all, don't be weak. Second of all, don't share. It's that simple. If you're a man, that's what you got to do. Don't be weak and do not share.
And that's great, because you think about like, and I think anybody who's been married, you might have been guilty of this, or in a relationship where you have come home, you know, I had a bad day, or or pile that shit on your woman. And she's like, what the hell is this? You know, why is he giving me this crap? I think there's times to confide, whether it be for, I don't know, maybe a decision on something that involves both of you. But I think part of being a man is taking that responsibility and bearing that burden of your leadership role.
Yeah.
So, yeah, discuss your vacations and all that kind of stuff. But when don't never discuss your weakness. Really, don't share much at all. I mean, she's going to talk most of the time anyway, so it doesn't matter. You can just stay silent. She's going to tell you about her nail polish and her new shoes and all the other shit. You can just close your mouth. Keep it simple. You know, if you're married, if you're not, then you're a lucky guy. But for us married guys, just shut your mouth and she'll do all the talking. You don't have to share shit.
I love that. Let's go to Gonzo on that.
Yeah, you know, this is something that I've thought about for a long time. Because, well, I'm not sure if are any of you familiar with the band Harley Poe?
No.
All right. Well, he's a folk horror musician. He writes these folk songs that are a lot of them are kind of like horror films. Just these kind of just fun Halloween sort of lyrics. Very dark, very twisted sort of stuff. But what ended up happening was within the past few years, he got divorced. And what resulted from that was this downward spiral. And you could see that happening with his music. He ended up putting out an album called Lost and Losing It. And if you want to see a man in the fallen state, just in total darkness, you know, there it is. And it's very honest. And I've thought about that just because it's I wonder if it's a good idea. I wondered if that album was a good idea. And I think the creator of that album, Joe, I think he thought he's still dealing with the same thing right now. He's kind of told the whole world all of his problems and insecurities. So not just his wife and what have you, but it obviously got very nasty. So the way I see it is, I think, you know, and I agree 1,000% with what everybody has said up until this point. I just think, I think most problems, I think that's something you just gotta, as the men, you gotta bring that up to God. You know, that's really where the order of the family comes in. It's, you know, God over Christ, Christ over man, man over woman, woman over children.
100%.
So I think, yeah. So I just say the man goes to God for his problems, and I think about it, and I'm like, you know, yeah. I mean, as a man, I'm hard pressed to think of something these days that I would say is a something I need to like because why would you bring that up to in your relationship? Like, is it, are you like going to her for authority or something? Like, it's kind of strange, you know. And maybe there is a time there's a time and a place to just, you know, to confide, like Tony was saying. Like, I think maybe there is a time and a place for certain things, but most of the time, you know, that's something that needs to happen inside you from within, that you need to overcome.
Yeah.
You know, I remember Steve the Dean saying this, and we'll address this question here in a second, but I remember Steve the Dean is saying, don't show your weakness, guys. If you're going to cry, go take a drive, go out in the woods, sit there, let it all out, then come back and basically reclaim yourself. And I remember Steve the Dean saying that was one of the things, and that's where I know it came from. And that made a lot of sense. In other words, don't show that weakness. If you do and have the feeling like you're going to cry in front of your woman, don't do it. Like you said, take a drive, sit out on a country road and let it out. And then come back, get yourself together, but don't let her see that.
I could not agree further, like more with that. And women will say, I want this, but when they get what they think they want, it repulses them.
Mm-hmm.
They have a fundamental need for security.
Yes.
And you will not respect someone if they're coming to you for strength, if he is your protector. You want your protector to be a rock, to be stable, to be capable and competent. And rocks don't cry, at least with the vulnerable one. And I'm saying my thought on this one of the most intimate things a man can do is to, with another man, a man of admiration, a man that he can trust, is to unpack that with a mentor, like an uncle-like figure. And those are the moments where you can really gather some wisdom and compare notes. But with your woman, never.
I mean, I'll say, Martin, me and you have compared notes.
Yeah, 100%, Tony. I'll agree with that.
You know, we've had some very in-depth conversations that I think men should only have with other men. That's not something that you shared with me that you would share with a woman.
Never.
And it was things that I've shared with you and that I would never share with a woman. I just wouldn't do it, you know?
And this is new to me, Tony, because I made the mistake of operating by pain don't hurt. How are you not bad in you? And then I found myself winging life and disconnected from men, big brothers, where you could share notes. And I think when a man speaks and talks about his circumstance, it's not to seek pity, not to seek drama, because you're not a man if you're doing that. It's only to problem solve and to troubleshoot. And collectively, we have a higher wisdom to share with each other. And in that compare notes, we can say, hey, I messed up here. Do this, don't do that. You'll be glad for it, so don't be me, right? Actually, I had this conversation today with a good buddy of mine, and he was going through a circumstance. He's doing very well financially, but in the home front, he's going through problems. And I was doing exactly that. Do not be me. I did this. This was a mistake. This is a better way. And I learned this the hard way. You don't want to be this guy, because the life of the bachelor and the gigolo, it's completely overrated. And the real prize is having a stable house where you're the king, the queen, and you have the castle. But that's only possible if the king is a king. Mm-hmm. And kings don't go to the queen for anything. They preside over the castle. Mm-hmm. So
it's, you know what, it's great too, because when I had a nice conversation interview with Coach Greg Adams, one of the things he had said is that most men are not emotional. So when another man reaches out to another man, like when men reach out to him for advice, that is, and ladies, that is more difficult for a man than you would think it is. So any ladies watching, for another man, even to reach out to another man is not an easy thing for a strong man.
Yeah.
So again, us not being emotional creatures, it's difficult for us to reach out to anybody. So to me, when a man does reach out to a woman, that is a major, major weakness and a major flaw. So
totally agree.
Well,
and I'll say this, when a man does show those tears, it is completely from the heart. Mm-hmm. He's not trying to bring the tears to the world. He's trying to contain it. He's trying to process it. And when they do come through those filters, it could not be more authentic. So one of the most intimate things is where a man can bring that and be in that with another man. And there's that respect and authenticity where it's permitted and allowed. And that's when you can really understand a man. Like you can, to grieve with him or to empathize with him. If you don't have that in life, you're not living life as best as you could be. You need good men in your life to do life.
just for anybody that's new, I'm going to run that clip real quick again, just so anybody that's new, and we'll move on to something else, but I'm just going to play that real quick so everybody can see what we're talking about? This was the question.
A man should never, ever, ever, but never, 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 ever, never, 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 ever, 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 ever tell a woman his weakness. Never let a woman know your weakness. Never tell her your issues, because she would never let you forget it. Even when you overcome those issues, 50 years down the road, she'll remind you of them.
So anybody, that's what we were breaking down. Go ahead, Gonzo.
Well, I was just gonna say, and I wanted to mention the brainwashing is so severe, and I think it's been getting worse and worse with the newer generations. But the brainwashing is just so strong that I think most young women today, who are, you know, they believe that that's what they want. They're actually told that what they want is not a man, but a woman. They describe what they want in a man, and they perfectly describe a woman. And if you look up articles on this subject, that's what you see. In fact, me and my wife have kind of we've been playing around this idea with this idea that there's that I mean that's why, you know, we're seeing all these this like huge wave of lesbians, radical lesbians, because everything is just misdirected. Everything's just turned upside down.
I'm hearing a little bit of woman talking. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Like Anthony.
Oh, okay.
Got you. Yeah. So do you Gonzo? Do you think that now you're newly married? Mm-hmm. Do you think that? How do I put this? If you have a shitty day and you unload it on your wife, mm-hmm. what is that going to do for the rest of your evening?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's just toast. It's toast. It's like I just know it's just not, you know, that's just not how it works. That's not even just my thought process on any of that. It's like, you know, if something is going on within me, because that's what it is, you know, like 99% of the time, it's a reaction to the situation. And most of the time I'm just sitting there and I see it. I can just see that reaction starting to come up, but I see it because God allows me to see it. And that's what allows me to, you know, to not overreact. And a lot of people think that's unhealthy. They're like, oh, you know, you're suppressing your emotions, and that's just, you know, it's a bad thing. It's like, no, the thing is, it's not suppressing it. It is. You're not going to overcome it. That's the thing. You are not going to overcome it from an external source. You can talk to somebody, like, you know what? I was just listening to something on apologetics this week, and what this guy said was so true, is that apologetics is not going to convert anybody, right? Whether you're a Catholic or a Christian or whatever. But it's a similar thing, because, you know, somebody will ask you their question, right? They'll be like, well, why do you, you know, with this faith, why do you believe in this? And then you give them the most beautiful, perfect answer, the best answer you could ever give to this question. And they're like, oh, wow, cool. And then they just ask you the next question, you know? And so you're never going to have that internal change, that change of the heart. You know, salvation is of the heart. That's what it says. But you're not going to have that going to your woman with a question, or not with a question, but going to your woman with your problems. You know, you're never going to have that. You know, it's just, you may have some temporary some false satisfaction, a false sense of resolution when you do that. in that fallen state, but it's not gonna change anything. You're just gonna find yourself doing that over and over again if you don't see what you're doing.
Well, all you guys are familiar with my brother. Do you know my brother's basically his phrase about being a rock? Can anybody quote it? If you can't, I will.
He was the first person I heard say it, and
yeah. Women don't want to be the rock. They want you to be the rock. Now, how many posts have you seen on your Instagram and Facebook to where she's my rock? If it wasn't for her, I'd be nothing.
Oh,
my soul aches.
Losers.
Hear that?
Holy shit.
Losers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah and no, but I think it's like, you know, me and my brother have talked in depth about this. And like when a guy says, you know, I don't know what I would do if she left. Well, when she leaves, you aren't going to know what to do.
If you're afraid when she leaves, then that's you're making her your god. Like that's one thing Jesse says is that men make women their god.
yeah.
Right.
And it's so true. It's
Not
so
good.
True.
Sorry, Tony, I had to throw up with that.
Well, that's all right.
Look, I love my wife, but Jesus is my rock. And because Jesus is the head of every man, I could be the head of my family. I can never sit back and call my wife my rock. That's idolatry.
Yep.
And, there's going to come a time in our lives when, our spouse is going to pass on. Either we're going to go or they're going to go or tragedy is going to strike at some point. But that's just part of the whole life experience. Your rock has to be something higher. Your rock has to be God. So, yeah, I see men do that all the time, man. It's a false god. There are many false gods. Q is a false god, okay? People have made politics false god. People have made finances false god. And people who make their significant other, their wife, a false god, they're going to suffer. They're going to find that there's no fulfillment in that.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time. We got a new segment on this show, and we call it Gonzo News. Are you ready?
I'm as ready as I can be here.
You're as ready as you can be.
I'm as ready
Guys,
as I
this is
can
a
be.
little segment. This is we're going to call this Gonzo News, and it's something new that we're doing about an hour and a half into the stream. But I'm going to go ahead and play the trailer, and here we go.
Coming to you live from San Antonio, Texas, Gonzo News.
Stuff about GameStop
Okay.
that I don't care about. I don't know about you guys, but there's been this whole thing about GameStop that I'm obliged to talk about, but I don't care about because it's I don't know. I know it's bad. There's been this stuff with the hedge funds, and people have been buying. A bunch of Redditors have been buying GameStop shares in mass, and it's just been throwing a huge wrench in the works. And Robinhood, the marketplace app or the stock market app has disabled most purchases of those shares. So that's been an interesting thing.
I want to bring some up on that. I saw a little news clip here. I'm not sure what she was on, maybe One America or Newsmax, but there was this little kid who was given $60 in stock, and he cashed it out for $3,200. And I'm happy for that kid. What a great return. I got to go to Frank on this one, man, because I'm sure you know all about it.
I got in on the play. This is why I trade crypto, because essentially trading was halted on these securities. So for me, the greatest risk in being in the stock market is regulatory risk, where the regulators can halt trading, where TD Ameritrade, where Robinhood can halt trading. And I'll be honest, I took a loss on this play. I got in at a certain price. They halted trading. When they opened trading back up, my stop loss triggered, and I took a loss. And I was pissed. I was pissed because the markets are manipulated, and they never designed it for the small guy to make money. They designed it for institutions to put themselves in a position to short 140%, 144% of the float and make money on it. It's ridiculous. It was nice to see what happened, that the retail investor was actually able to, make this kind of play on Wall Street. But nothing's without repercussions. Tony, you probably know Lee Jordan. He's somebody from 21 Convention. He tweeted out, he goes, yeah, it's always funny to see the retail investors get a win over the institutional investors, but it won't be funny in 5 years from now when we're in a Great Depression and they hand you a rifle and send you off to Taiwan to go fight a war, because that's the way out. So we have to keep all this in mind, man. It's a constant battle out there. I personally choose to keep only a very small percent of my portfolio into traditional equities. I'm in the crypto markets where it's decentralized, where I can capitalize on volatility, and there's not market manipulation to the same extent that there is in traditional equities. We're going to see more of this. It's not over, but I think this is very, very, very bad for places like TD Ameritrade and Robinhood. And I personally closed out every single one of my stock positions, except for a few, so that I can move my money out into different markets, because I'm not participating with this anymore. They've been exposed, everything from the elections to what they just did by manipulating the market to the way that they did. That's totally illegal. That's totally absurd. That puts no confidence in U.S. markets. Retail investors are sick to their stomachs. Hedge funds are, and institutional investors are saying, yep, we really control the game. So, again, this is why I personally do crypto. And you could say all you want about crypto, and you could say, I don't understand it, or I don't understand how the value comes about. The fact of the matter is I'm able to produce returns. I'm able to produce returns day over day, year over year, and I'm able to take those returns and put them into, regular money, regular fiat money, into land, into gold, into whatever I want, because there is a demand for those securities. Or I shouldn't say securities, but there's a demand for those assets. And the demand is going to go higher now that we have just seen this tremendous market manipulation from the people that we are supposed to trust, and that is the SEC, and that is our regulators. So those are my feelings on the matter. In fact, I want to say also, the first time I ever heard AOC say something I agreed with, and that is we must have an investigation on Robinhood, and she's 100% right.
Yeah,
I thought the same thing. But I'm just not an expert, so I wasn't sure if I'm not sure if I'm coming at this from the right angle. But I sat there for a good 10 minutes. I was like, wait, am I agreeing with AOC right now? I think that's what's
same
happening.
here.
Yeah. Anyway, that was mind blowing.
Anybody else want to comment on that, JC or Anthony or anybody?
They protect the big guys. They protect the hedge funds. That's always been the way. And in the housing market crisis, they protected the lenders, and that's always going to be the way. So that's not a surprise.
It's manipulated. All these markets are totally manipulated. These legacy systems, they were never here to serve us, guys. And the quicker we become hip to this, the quicker we're going to get free from it. People, in Christian circles are like, I think digital assets are the mark of the beast. Well, not for nothing. The dollar is a digital asset too. So is your social security number. So is everything that you've been, accustomed to. So, get hip to it. The system that we have been, fed for a long time is poison. We know that it's poison. It's corrupt. It has allowed these things to happen. Are you guys familiar with Chamath? Dude, you know what? I'll be honest. I'm embarrassed to say I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. It's Polyhapatia, I think it is. And this guy he's a whale. He's a Wall Street killer, like venture capitalist. And I respect him a lot. He's really smart. He speaks well. But let me tell you what he did. He went out there. He said, basically, hey, it's really good that these retail investors are actually getting together, not in concert, but that they're moving the market in a direction. And I really like it and I respect it. And it's time that we recognize that institutions have taken advantage of the people, and this is what the markets are designed for the middle class, the lower class to come up. He then announces, I'm going out, I'm buying GameStop. So as a result, all the people that follow him, I like him, I watch a lot of his stuff, go out and they buy GameStop. Then he sells GameStop and announces that he sold GameStop. So really what he did was front run the market. And I think a lot of people are talking about that too. Yeah, listen, man, influence is a big thing, man. Influence is big. Use your influence to make money. And Chamath certainly did that. It's all rigged, guys. It's all rigged.
No, there's rigging, but if you can make money, you make money. Wherever you make money, as long as you're not doing something illegal.
That's right.
I don't want to scare people from investing or getting into the market. That's a good thing, and you should. And this is really just a little anomaly, but the powers that be will always control the power. But that doesn't mean you can't make money. And so don't be afraid of the markets. Just be wise,
Mm-hmm. Let me pop this up here. I'm going to respond to him. We don't take phone calls, but we do take questions in the chat. So throw your question in there for sure. Next headline, Gonzo.
Oh, and, I think Martin has something to say.
Yeah, I was trying to get in on here. Thanks for that, Gonzo. Tony, unfortunately, I'm going to have to get going here on my end.
Okay.
It was short. It was sweet tonight, guys. I know I tried to hook up the other night on the Thursday. Tony, I just want to thank you for your time. Frank, Anthony, Gonzo, God bless you and your families, and it's always a pleasure. We'll see you next Saturday.
Same to you, brother.
It's amazing.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for coming on tonight. Appreciate you.
My
brother.
pleasure, Tony. Love, honor, respect.
Peace.
Cheers.
Peace to you.
All right, next up. CNN, Communist News Network, has reported a huge piece of California's Highway 1 near Big Sur collapsed into the ocean. Now, I thought this was...
Is that true?
Now Anthony's going to have to give us the scoop on this one. But,
Anthony, what's your take on that? Did you hear that?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but California is a very big fucking state, and I don't live near Big Sur, but I know that that area does collapse quite a bit, so it could very well be true.
Let me bring somebody else into the chat. Universe Galaxy, go ahead and identify yourself real quick. You have an avatar. I'm going to bring you on.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I just found your program randomly, so I don't know too much about it. I was asking in the chat room, do you take all subjects, or do you only stay on the same subject?
Right now, we're doing some news. It's called Gonzo News. So if you want to stay in and respond to the news, you are welcome. And then you can ask a question after, for sure.
Okay, so that means for right now, you're staying on the same subject. You don't take all other subjects then?
Not right at this point. We're going over some news, and then we're going to go back to another subject. So, but you are welcome to hang and respond to Gonzo News at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to stay in here and go over things with you guys. Thank you. If that's what you mean.
Yes, sir. Gonzo, hit it up.
Yeah. So I saw somebody post about this earlier, and they were saying that a 45-mile drive became like a 200-mile drive because the highway collapsed. And I was like, what? But I'm not terribly surprised by this because anybody who has lived in California knows that California is similar to Australia in that it wants to kill you. and it will try to do so in a variety of ways. Not so much with the insects and the wildlife, although that is a problem. But it's mostly wildfires and earthquakes, and the government. So yeah, that's very fun.
Well, just to be fair, guys, Highway 1 is very treacherous going through that area, and it makes. I've done the drive myself. I drove all the way from Eureka back down to LA on the 1, and it's like another world. It's like a completely another world, and it is very treacherous. So that does not surprise me. It very well could be, and no one can fight that. It's just nature. It's nature and gravity. That's all it is. That's the least of California's worries.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
Just to give everybody a
Great
visual, I'm not sure.
You know,
if you can,
I'm actually
Yeah.
from California. If anybody wants my 2 cents.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Throw it in there.
Yeah, I have a feeling you guys are probably going to disagree with me. I've never understood this kind of hatred or strange paranoia about California. No doubt it has problems. It has gangs, violence, earthquakes, smog, traffic, a lot of bad weather in some places. There's a lot of crappy problems about California. No different from any other big modern state with a big modern city. It's just like it's not a race of people. It's just a man-made borderline. And a lot of people on the right are labeling this big state like it's all one thing.
Well, I mean, I know Anthony's in there. I used to live in California, and I can say safely that even though, yes, I see where you're coming from, I believe that there are a lot of states where they're run by just about trained Marxists. You know, it's pretty bad, but California is especially bad. California bails out corrupt businesses and creates monopolies, like we saw with PG&E a couple of years back. And actually, it's still going on to this day, so that's a huge problem. That's one of the main reasons that I moved. They outlawed freelancing. They outlawed a lot of people's jobs. They caused people lose their jobs overnight. So journalists having problems, artists having problems, anybody who's a contract worker and not an employee, basically you're fucked. And so that's what happened. So all of those things combined, yeah, I think that's why California has a bad rap, is because it's run by basically communists. That's basically
So
what's going on.
when you say California has a bad rap, New York has a bad rap to some people. Florida has a bad rap to some people. Washington, where Seattle is, that has a bad rap. I don't claim you're wrong. I don't want you guys to think I disagree with you about the problems in California. I'm very well aware I'm in California, and you were too. What I don't get is twofold. One, why do we cherry pick the bad things and ignore all the good things? And two, why do we not do the same thing for every state? Because I can go through every major state. I don't mean like Montana and North Dakota. I mean major means more populous states with people, and I could find you a crap load of good and a crap load of bad. But this paranoia and hatred for California, it never made any sense. Most people who do that, not you guys maybe, but most people who do that were not born and raised in California then.
Can I answer? First of all, I personally have been to California. I love California. It is so beautiful. But I'll be honest with you. I'm from New York City. You know what I mean? So we have a lot of problems in New York as well.
Yeah.
It seems like California is almost the testing ground for the most radical and progressive agendas. And the tax rate is just so high. For me, as much as I love California and I love the people in California and the beauty of California, everything about it, the other tenets, the negative tenets about it would prohibit me from ever living there. And it's sad to say, the negative outweighs the good, and there's so much good. It is such a beautiful place, from the people to the geography to everything about it. But the negative makes it so prohibitive to want to leave there. And I think what you have is you have an exodus from there. You have a lot of people that are leaving there for Texas, for the Ozarks, for Florida, for different places. So for what it's worth, as somebody who's from the East Coast, New York City, that's my opinion on California.
Okay, so I actually like the fact that you recognize how beautiful it is and how the people are nice. So you didn't go too far to act like they're all a bunch of left-wing loonies and it's all
Right.
dirty or anything like that. So at least I like that part. The part that I don't get is, for example, when you have a state that's geographically so big and population-wise so big, and in many ways, whatever they do, as the saying goes, the rest of the country goes, it's like any part of the world. When you have something so big, you're going to have lots of things that you can point to and go, look, it's not good here, it's not good here. But what I don't get again is, as you know, you could find problems in any major state. And why do we focus just on the bad and ignore all the good? So, for example, when you say people are leaving, that's true. People leave California to Arizona, to Texas, to Nevada, and lots of places. But on the other hand, because it's so popular, it becomes part of that capitalistic thing. When you have demand, supply and demand, people want to come in, people want to buy property and live here. They can do those things that we don't like raise taxes, have high real estate, have a lot of stupid laws and all that, because it's supply and demand. More people come in, they have that leeway to do those things we don't like.
I agree with you. The issue is that there's uncertainty about California. You don't know what's going to unfold next. And when you think about California, what dominates the news headlines is the homeless situation in San Francisco, for instance. So, there are a lot of, sensory kind of media images that are being promoted to shape the way that we view California. But again, I just want to state I love California. I would live there if it wasn't for the uncertainty, the taxes, the gun laws. Northern California is totally different from Southern California, for instance. But the politics of Southern California overwhelm the politics of Northern California. For the longest time, I've been hearing about this state of, what is it called, Jeffersonian or the Jefferson state, where Northern California wants to separate from the rest of California. I think that could be a good and positive thing for California. I think if they restructured maybe some of their voting bloc, it could be a really appealing place again. And I would just like to say, if that happened, I would maybe consider moving there. It's just so beautiful.
But when it comes to the everyday people, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Universe Galaxy, if you want to see a great documentary on California, are you familiar with Stefan Molyneux?
The name sounds familiar. Remind me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's a philosopher. He was kicked off Twitter, YouTube. I'm sure you can go to Free Domain. That's his. He has
radio.
He has a 6-part series, which is going to be hard to find because it's been, he's been pushed out quite hard. But it's called Sunset in the Golden State, and I would recommend that to anybody. And Anthony, are you familiar with that 6-part documentary? It's incredible, and it's revealing. It's very revealing. Stefan, it's a 6-part. I believe it's 6-part series. It's called Sunset Golden State. Stefan Molyneux. I would recommend that to anybody.
Okay, no, thank you. So think of it like this. Imagine somebody outside of America. I want to take the bias out of here and get you guys to think about something else. Suppose somebody came outside of America and they weren't born in America and they weren't raised in America. So they went to New York City and they went to Los Angeles and they went to Detroit and Chicago. And they said, this is America? Gangs, violence, drugs, and crowdedness. I don't like America. I'm leaving. That makes sense to all of us because we know they weren't born here and they weren't raised here, so they don't know the many good things about America. They're just focusing on the bad. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to think. California is so big and diverse, as the other guys said. It's such a beautiful place with nice people. Even though there's a lot of terrible things that we all agree on, you can't just focus on that and ignore the good and go and act like it's this communist, Marxist, crazy loony place that's so different from the rest of the nation, because you could go to New York, Florida, Texas, and a bunch of other places with lots of people and do the same routine like you do with California then.
Yeah, but Universe, let me jump in real quick there for a second. I agree with what you're saying, but there's something you're not thinking of. Is you're looking at it from like a logical, rational standpoint where you're trying to quantify like why does these things happen? Why do people act a certain way? And I think
I know why.
I'm
sorry that you're asking me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's like most people don't think like that. We have a tribalistic nature to us where we only know what we know because we know what we surround ourselves with, right?
Right.
So like, right. So like we know what we know what we don't know, and we don't know what we don't know. So a lot of these people that you're talking about don't know what they don't know, and then that's the idea of tribalism. Like we surround ourselves with what we want to surround ourselves with. So nobody thinks with that grander ideology, with that topographic view of how things should be. So that's your answer.
Whenever something's on top,
that's it.
Whenever something's on top, it's always easy to criticize from the bottom. That's why the two places that get the most criticism in America are Los Angeles and New York, at least from the right. And it becomes like that's not real America. Real America is in the heartland, the people in the middle, when half the population lives on the coast, for example. Real America, it depends on what your definition is. The people in California are no different from their neighbors in Nevada or Oregon or Washington or New York. It's the same people. You're going to have left-wing wackos, right-wing wackos, independent people, and there are more examples, but you get the point.
Well,
I get the point.
Yeah, well, you know what? California didn't always used to be like that. It used to be, kind of conservative. I mean, progressive in what we do, but conservative in our life. And I don't know why things get effed up, in big cities or big communities, but it's true. I mean, it is screwed up. But then again, everybody's moving to Texas. So what's going to happen to Texas? My guess is Texas is going to get fucked up too. If we're going with Galaxy's, theory, and I think he's probably on to something. I can't say he's wrong. So
actually, you know what it is actually in California. As someone who was born and bred here, I grew up here. I'm telling you guys, you can find. I'm not just talking about like a few here and there, or once in a while if you look hard enough and all that. I mean, you can find a grip of people who are hardcore conservative Republicans in Los Angeles, out in San Francisco, outside. It's just that the way the media and AM radio portrays California, in New York too, I'm pretty sure, they do this like narrative where they're brainwashing people. I sometimes watch the news and listen to the radio. I'm like, have these people, were they born and raised in California? I mean, for example, if Los Angeles and San Francisco is so expensive, and it's such high property tax and all that, you could easily move out to smaller places like Palmdale, Fresno, Bakersfield, San Jose. You don't have to leave the state and go somewhere else. And I'm not saying everyone, but you have those options. So when people start, shitting on California and going, it's communist, it's Marxist, it's evil or whatever, do they understand? It's such a big state with so many people. It's not a monolith. There's plenty of places where you can actually like the place, depending on whatever you like. You could find places you'll like.
Yeah, no, that's true. Let me ask you this, though, Universe Galaxy. With all due respect, to totally appreciate your points, California is a state like New York that has been on lockdown. Like, am I wrong to say that the state's been on complete lockdown?
That's a good question. I apologize. I'm not an expert on that. I think they are, but I thought the other day or whatever, a week or so ago, didn't the Gavin Newsom take out the lockdown or something like that?
So Anthony's there. What do you say, Anthony?
Yeah, just last week. Why? Nothing changed with the fucking COVID bullshit. The numbers didn't change. The fact they went up. Why did we open up?
And they've been locked down since March. So that demonstrates that the government has too much power there. When there's a place that's full of good people, such a beautiful place that thrives for capitalism, that has so much ingenuity. Like, I do a lot of business out of California. I love California. But the government is too powerful there. And the small government makes the decisions for everybody else in that state. In fact, I know right now that they're trying to remove the mayor, Tito Ortiz, in Huntington Beach because he refuses to wear a mask.
Oh, no, he's a good guy. I like that guy.
I don't know anything about him, but I know that they want to remove him, and they're saying that he's not taking his job seriously because he refuses to wear a mask.
Garcetti. Fuck Garcetti.
That's Tito Ortiz that I'm talking about, and that's in Huntington Beach. So it's like, do the few make the decisions for the many? Because I have a lot of friends in California, and I love to visit there. But honestly, at this moment, I'm not inclined to go there because of the government overreach. It's insane.
Well, guys, just so you know, Universe Galaxy, I'm in Florida. And I can tell you that today, when I got my meatball sub, I walked into the place. There was no mask. There was nothing. People are super free here. It is so much different than the rest of the country. And the reason I say that, my brothers live in Pennsylvania. You have a mask requirement in your home. You can't walk on the sidewalk without a mask. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is complete control. In Florida, we are open. People are flocking to this area. I mean, they are just because it's free. And I think that's the point that so many people are missing, is that we live in a free country. We can't have Joe Biden tell us we need 100 days of mask mandate. Now they're saying, it was Fauci was saying, not only should you wear one mask, but now you should wear two. And now they're actually suggesting that you wear 3 masks. Yes.
Or more.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, you know, and the issue, I think, is that California really just pulls in just this control issue. And I think that's what people are upset about California. There's just so much control. We want to control the people.
There's more of a compliance
So Tony,
issue,
what I've
California.
learned about. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying that there's like a bit of a compliance issue with California. People just seem to bend the knee more easily in California.
I mean, again, as someone who grew up here, I hear and see people all the time complaining about these laws. You can find YouTube videos of them doing this. In my local park, there's people playing basketball with no mask. Again, guys, it's such a big place with so many people. It doesn't make sense logically or factually to lump it as one thing, like one monolith. Of course, it's different, like, for example, comparing California to North Dakota. But you could make that point for any state, Florida to North Dakota, New York to North Dakota, Texas to North Dakota. I think what happens, Tony, to answer your point about why people have this thing about California, it's a lot of brainwashing. The media and the radio keep telling you California bad, people leaving. And if you're a Republican kind of guy, you love that because now you can have a reason to point the finger at California and label it as one left-wing, loony, left liberal place. It's not like that. It's just like any other place in America, pretty much, for the most part. Though. It's the same people.
But it's the laws. It's the laws of the state that represent the direction of the state. I am a free-thinking individual. I'm not going to say I'm a Republican or a Democrat. Free-thinking. But when I look at a state or a place that I want to live, I ask myself, do the laws align with my values? Am I going to be required to live a certain way or uphold a certain set of rules in order to exist here and thrive? And what I have done is I personally left New York because it became too cumbersome for me to be there, and I moved out to the Ozarks, where I live now. And where I live now, I feel like I have more freedom of expression, and I'm able to live the way that I want to live. I wish I could live in New York still. I had such a great life in New York. I wish I could live in California. I love the people there. I love what California is. But I could never move there because of the laws and because of the tax burden. I mean, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, the taxes, I have no argument from you. I mean, obviously, if you have to move because of taxes, you're not wrong. That's a factual thing where if it's too high out of your budget or you want to save your money or whatever, that's fine. When it comes to the laws, I won't say you're wrong either, because that's obviously a matter of an opinion, and there's no point in debating opinions, right? Otherwise, we might as well start debating what's the best ice cream at that point. But my general point about the laws, any of these big popular places, New York, California, Florida, whatever, I'm pretty sure you can find laws in all these places that are questionable then.
Well, here's how this is all I'll say on this, and I would, because as somebody who was also born in California and has lived in California for a long time. I mean, I lived there. I'm trying to think, because I ended up moving to Las Vegas for several decades, and I understand where you're coming from, because, or not several decades, for a decade, for several decades. For
Yeah,
a
I was going
while.
to question that one, Gonzo.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
you've been lying about your age now.
yeah, like 50 years ago. No,
Gonzo is a wizard.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm like a time lord or something. No,
He was there for the California Gold Rush.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you know,
I'm kidding.
I understand where you're coming from because I especially because to me, especially when I was living in Nevada, I would hear this thing about California being bad. And it didn't make sense to me because growing up, I was like, oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful land. And I mean, I believe that to this day. It is beautiful. Like everybody was saying, like, there really is a lot of, there's great scenery. You go up to Northern California. That's where I lived before I moved. And it's very nice. It's very green. It's very, it's just a beautiful area. There's a lot of old, you have some older buildings and you got, historical cities and stuff like that. Very cool. But so I didn't understand this whole thing of like California being bad. It just didn't make sense to me because I heard a lot of people saying that. What ended up happening is that essentially as soon as I became like a business owner, it all kind of started to like my eyes opened up to this whole thing, and I suddenly had to operate within California's laws, and they're just absolutely absurd. Frankly, that's what it is. It's absurd. Now, I understand where you're coming from. That yeah, no, it's not all bad, and I don't think anybody here would say California is 100% all bad, but I would say that California is like, and there are other states like this, but largely California is like it's a very nice, beautiful cake. It's like a wedding cake. You've got several layers to it, and you got some intricate, ornate frosting all over it. And then inside of it, you've got some layers of cake, and you've got all this cake dough and things like that. And then you've got human feces and broken glass, kind of mixed in there. And so I'm not going to eat it. That's all I'll say with that. But it's
and my follow-up to that would be that that risk of eating cake with broken glass. You're gonna find needles and broken glass in your cake in New York, in Florida, in Texas, in Indiana. It's all over America. And the other point about how it has good and bad, but it's not good for businesses. I'm not going to dispute you on that because that's a matter of an opinion of what taxes and what laws are good or bad. But again, this goes back to capitalism. When you have a demand and people want to live here and they want to buy property and live by this Silicon Valley and all these places, you're going to supply and demand. Things are going to go up because there's a supply and demand issue. So it's kind of a contradiction if you guys believe in capitalism, but then you question the capitalistic things that are happening in California then.
It's not capitalistic. I don't understand the
I was gonna disagree with that too.
Well,
I don't see that as cap. I don't think that. I think it all comes down to your leadership in California. I think that's what people are most afraid of, the leadership, and that's what It's almost like California is a different country for people, and it's not brainwashing. I don't think. I think it's what people want. We are home of the free, home of the brave. This is us. This is America. We don't want all those rules and regulations. That's not freedom. I understand.
What state has no rules and regulations?
Can I ask a question?
Well, seriously, I can run the same business. I can run the same business in Texas right now where I'm at. And, okay, just to put this in perspective, like just for your business to exist in California, you have to pay them $800 a year, regardless of whatever you make. You can make $0 on your business. Your business could fail, and you owe them $800. You have to have several different layers of licensing, several different layers of red tape.
Oh yeah, no, you don't have to convince me, man. They have a lot of. You don't have to convince. I'm convinced they have restrictions, but you could find tons of people in California who have their own business who will tell you they're happy with things.
Yo, Universe, can I ask you a quick question? Like, where do you stand? Like, what's your political stance? Like, where do you sit on the spectrum?
I'm a proud independent. I've never voted before. I've never given money to any of these parties, and I hate the electoral college. Then.
Okay.
I see. Yeah.
So I have a guy that I was talking to today.
I'm
He's
assuming
from
everyone in here,
California.
since you're for freedom, you guys are against the electoral college. Oh, I'm sorry, there was a delay. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I talked to a guy from California today who moved out to my area. He got divorced. Him and his wife got divorced, and now he's on the hook for $5,600 a month in alimony and child support. And he doesn't make a ton of money. He made $50 an hour as an accountant. You know, I made more money than that when I was in New York when I worked as a W-2 earner. And if you do the math, $50 a month times 40 hours, it ain't $5,600 a month. So, you know, he kind of went on, and I'm not totally familiar with the situation, but he kind of went on a little rant about, you know, how much California sucks and he had no rights and he's happy to be out of there. And he's on the hook for this tremendous amount of money every month for him, which is a lot of money. So, I mean, that comes with, you know, the laws, that comes with the socialist leaning environment that is California. So it's another consideration to put out there.
Well,
but at the same time, though, like if you're gonna point to the laws that you don't like in California and the socialistic things you don't like, not only can you find people who do like it, you could find socialism and laws you don't like all over America. And to get a bigger point about laws you don't like and all that, why not just go, I don't like this law in New York or Texas or Florida and California, but instead of going, California is like a different nation. That just doesn't make any sense then.
Well, I don't think anybody is, and I don't think anybody is saying that, because here's the thing, like at least
Well,
not
he
on
did. There
this
was a
panel.
guy saying that just a little while ago. There was a guy on this panel saying California is like a different nation.
That was me.
And I heard someone else say California is like a communist Marxist thing or something like that. Communist.
Yeah, I mean it is. Well, here's the thing. Now I understand where you're coming
But
from,
it's not.
because
It's
there
making things
is
up.
It's only
there
not
are
because they won't let him. They won't
there
let
are
him.
problems here in Texas too, right? All right, because I can speak. You know, I'm here in Texas. There are problems here in Texas, right? Now in California, when I was in California, I see my options as being twofold, and this goes for anybody, is that you can either fight it, all right, which I think is the best option, honestly, or you can move. You can go somewhere else. Now, and that's why, you know, somebody like Jesse Lee Peterson is in LA. You know, people say, Jesse, why are you in LA? Why are you in there? Why are you in that hellhole? And he's like, I'm fighting it. I'm in the heart of the beast. That's basically what he's doing.
But that's my point. But that's my point. Like this whole thing about the hellhole, the heart of the beast, a different nation, communist. These are not factual things. These are just like Shawn Hannity type labels of California for people who weren't. I'm not saying you, but for the most part, weren't born and raised in California. I mean, for example, I could show you a law and go, you know, in the state of Florida, the age of consent law is 16. Or you can have sex with a 16-year-old. In California, it's 18. So now does California have better values and Florida is a hellhole that's different from the rest of the nation? No, of course not. Lots of states have 16 as a law. But instead of just pointing the finger at the law and the problems, a lot of people jump ship and they go, it's a hellhole, it's communist, it's Marxist, it's like a different nation. This doesn't make any sense. It's just making things up.
Didn't they just decriminalize sex for like 4-year-olds or something like that in California?
Yep.
I mean, the age of consent laws, and I don't know about the 4-year-old thing, but the age of consent laws in America are a joke. Like in this country, an 18-year-old gay guy can have sex with another 18-year-old gay guy, but an 18-year-old straight guy can't have sex with a 17-year-old straight girl. And people think the law is 18. It's not 18 in most of America. It's actually 16. In some
16.
states, it's 17.
Right.
In some states, it's 17. In some states, it's 18. By the way, California has.
But think about this, brother.
Yeah.
But think about this, brother. California, right, in their progressive quest to be the testing ground for all things progressive, just decriminalized sex for, let's just say, children under 10. That's ridiculous. That shouldn't be allowed to happen.
I don't want to say you're wrong. I never heard of that. If you're saying that's true, I'll take your word for it. I've never heard of that law, but if that is true, I'm pretty sure I could find something nutty and kooky in another state. I mean, they have kooky, nutty laws that punish innocent people all the time. America puts, I think, more people in jail than the whole world, unless I'm mistaken. Is that true or no?
No, I mean,
we have the highest prison population in the world, no doubt.
Look at Florida.
That's
Everybody.
not a California thing. That's America. I mean, but whether you guys want to admit it or not, America does lots of socialistic things. So forget about if you're for socialism or not. But if you're for it or against it, America does lots of socialistic things. It's not a pure capitalistic country. It's a republic, obviously, but they do lots of things that are considered left-wing things.
Yeah, it's a corporatist. This is a corporatist country largely.
It was a republic.
Yeah, it was a republic.
Yeah, I feel
supposedly
it really is supposed to be a republic.
I mean, to be fair though, now I don't want you guys labeling me as a California loony left-wing person, but when was America really 100% republic? Was it the slave days? Was it when women couldn't vote? Was it when blacks couldn't vote in the 40s? I mean, when was it? Yeah.
Just look at when.
Yeah, you're right, bro. You're 100% right.
The Native Americans. I don't want you guys to think I'm like a pro-black, anti-white guy, but any race, whether you go by Native Americans, blacks, or any minority, women, gays, it's never been a purely 100% capitalistic free nation.
Okay.
But it has always been progressive, and it has always been a nation that has, strived to get better. That we cannot deny. It's been a marketplace that has allowed freedom to prevail, at least to a point. And now I think we're regressing from freedom, and now we're going into oppression and subversion.
I think the word freedom has turned into debauchery, is what I think. I think the word freedom has been bastardized. I think freedom. I think the country was founded under Christian values, under normalcy, under families, under that. When if I say normal, that triggers people. But that's the normal way that things should be. I think the word freedom itself has been just screwed up to where freedom means it's okay to do this, it's okay to do that. We have things as far as like hate speech. Hate speech is only what somebody thinks is hate speech. It's their version of hate speech. In other words, if I don't like it, it's hate speech. That's like as far as racism, to me, that's I don't believe in racism. I believe in good and evil. I don't judge people by the color of their skin. I judge people by their values. In fact, I don't judge anybody. I see people by their values. And to me, that's really important. And I think that's where different states and parts of our country has failed us as people. I think it's a real simple process. And we dive down these rabbit holes when all we got to do is, like I said, everybody knows the difference between what's right and what's wrong. You know that inherently. You know you shouldn't go stick up a convenience store, whether you need the money or not. You know you shouldn't be burning buildings and rioting in the streets and all that crap.
I'm going to show you something. Oh, sorry. I thought that was a stop. Go ahead. I thought that was by the way, if I interrupt anybody, I think there's a delay. That's why I thought he was done. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. That's all.
Okay. I pretty much agree with you, but I can show you a very classic example of people who, like when you say people know inherently right and wrong, I'm going to show you something that's so obviously wrong, not a matter of an opinion. It's factually wrong, and most people will not care. Did you know, okay, in every 3 months or so, I don't have the exact time frame, so don't quote me, but you can look it up. Every 3 months or so, they kill more animals than there have been humans who have ever been on Earth. And they torture them, not just kill them, they torture them. So when you go to a meat industry and you buy meat, cheese, and milk and all that, you give your money to an industry that tortures and kills animals. But if you ask most people, is it okay? Most people either don't know or don't care enough to change them. So I don't know if I agree that, a lot of people know about right and wrong. It's whatever they know. I think the guy in the middle, Frank, he said it best. I heard Frank say this when I was talking. There's a lot of tribalism. And Frank is right on that. There's a lot of tribalism or something like that, right, Frank? You said something like that?
That was JC, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
Yeah,
Frank. I'm sorry.
A bit about tribalism.
JC, okay.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So, yeah, there is a lot of tribalism. So people, you're right, Tony. For the most part, people know right and wrong inherently. But there's a lot of things factually, like straight up where it's right there, it's wrong. I gave you age of consent laws. I gave you the animal thing. There's more examples, but you get the point. They just don't know, or they don't care enough to change them.
Well,
you could say that about abortion too. We kill 1 million kids unborn every year, but no one cares. You know, unless you're concerned with that, but some people aren't. So, Galaxy is concerned about animals. I would say I would be concerned about human beings. But
I'm concerned about both.
Let me ask you a question, Universe, real quick.
But just to address Anthony, I care about both. I don't want to kill babies or animals. I just find it very strange that a person will tell me he's pro-life, so he thinks when sperm meets an egg is life, and I'm on his side. That is life. But then he has no problems with the torture and killing of trillions of animals now, just so people can eat them who don't have to eat them.
What's torturing of animals, Universe? What is torturing?
For example, I'll give you an example. There's a lot of things. If you have any kids, I'm not going to get into detail. You can just research it yourself. Just to give you one example. Did you know lots of pigs are literally put in gas chambers and they're squealing in like pain where they suffocate and they're tortured before they die? A lot of people think that animals are like on this green farm where they're free and happy cows come from California and the farmer loves them. And then at the end, when they get old, they shoot them quickly and that's it. No, to feed 7 billion people, you need to have tons of animals. And if you go to all these grocery stores, have you ever wondered how is there so much meat available at grocery stores, restaurants, diners, fast food joints? How is there so much?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to ask you a question. But I legitimately have to ask you a question, okay?
Sure.
Everything, and like, just give me about 2 or 3 minutes before you interject. Is that?
Yeah, sure.
I legitimately understand what you're saying, and you're asking these moral and ethical questions of, like, you know, animals suffer because of the consumption, but at the same time, we as humans have a fascination with like materialism and technology and constantly improving upon our technology. We are very willing as a species to spend all of our time not hunting and gathering to eliminate the need of unnecessary death of the animals that you mentioned, but to put that time and effort into creating technology. Right? We need an iPhone 10. We need an iPhone 11. We need an iPhone 12. We don't care about animals. We need a 13, an iPhone 14. 15 billion more animals die. We need an iPhone 16. We need an iPhone 18. We don't care. All we care about is a constant evolution of technology moving forward. All we care about is perpetuating our existence and our survival moving forward. That's our biological imperatives. Fortunately, we have created a system, a structure that we're able to focus on the technology and focus on quality of life and focus on improving our quality of life, that we have these agricultural systems and these farming systems. And as a result of our innate desire or pre-programming to continue to perpetuate forward, at the sacrifice of that, yeah, we're going to fucking gas, excuse my language, we're going to gas pigs. We're going to raise cattle. We're going to raise all of these things. That's a side effect. That's a byproduct of the machine that we have inherently moving forward. So for you to sit back and to say, okay, well, what do you think about 700,000 pigs? Nobody cares, because we're moving forward. The whole purpose of the social safety structure, the system we have, is to perpetuate that movement moving forward. So is your problem with the fact that we do that as a pre-programmed innate desire, or is it the fact that it goes against your belief system? Because if that's the case, you need to build your own spaceship and like rocket yourself into Mars or off the planet and move away from everything that's happening here on the planet, because none of that makes sense to me.
Yeah, no, I understand. So just so you know, I'm not going to dodge your question. I'm going to answer it, but just to point something out here real quickly, I'm not asking for perfection. The very fact that humans are on Earth to survive, to have a house and have clothing and have food, you're going to have to destroy something. Well, destroy might be too strong of a word, but you're going to have to take something from the Earth. So I'm not asking for perfection.
You have to consume something.
Yeah, consumption, right. But at the same time, when you claim to have values and you love life and you believe in God and you believe in God's creatures, and you support an industry that's literally torturing. I mean, if you go into the details, it's hell on earth, and they're suffering and pain to the point where human beings are actually playing God and forcing them to get born and separate them and raise them to be killed. Some of them are killed when they're babies. This is a very sick thing that's happening. So this is not about, you start telling me about, well, we want phones and we want technology, and if we make it move to Earth, and we all agree on basic common sense, don't torture and kill, and then everything else we can debate
No.
that's not as evil then?
No, okay. So, okay, let's back it up again. So you just said to me that we all have values. So I want to understand, as a terms of reference moving forward, what is your definition of values? And what are your values?
Don't torture and kill. Don't torture and kill.
But okay, can you give me a list of values? Like, don't torture and kill. Okay, that's easy for any of us to say, but let's list your
real
core
quick.
values. What are your core values?
Do you eat meat, Universe?
I was going to ask the same question.
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, you've got.
I was born in America, grew up here. I grew up eating all the meat, hot dogs, hamburgers, corn dogs, you name it. I ate it. I grew up eating it. But to answer your question, do I eat meat? No.
Okay. Well, you've got a panel of meat eaters here. That I can tell you.
Yeah.
Are you Indian American, Universe Galaxy?
What a great guess. What made you guess that?
I could tell. I could tell in your voice.
You could tell I'm Indian by my
I was
voice.
gonna ask that too, because,
I very much can. My stepfather is Indian Guyanese, and I work with a lot of Indian guys. I could just tell by your voice. And by you saying you don't eat meat, that was a further affirmation as well.
Actually, no. So I'm actually not Indian. The reason I asked you because I have no accent, so I don't know how you could tell I'm Indian. I'm not Indian. No.
Oh, you're not?
It's from the galaxy.
No, I'm not. No.
No, he's
Okay. I thought you were.
I was born in America. No, I was born in America. I have no accent. Do I have an accent, guys?
Yeah.
But is
Look,
your
do I have
heritage
accent, guys?
Indian? Are you from India by
No.
heritage or no?
No, I'm not. No.
What is your heritage?
If you want me to answer that, I will. But just so you know, I have a very popular page on YouTube, and I kind of don't want to give out my personal info because a lot of people might recognize me. Do you mind if I just don't give out the personal info? But I'm not Indian to answer that question. Just so you know.
No problem. No problem, brother.
Sorry, guys. I don't want you guys to think I'm being like hiding or mischievous. It's just that I call lots of programs.
Not at all. Not at
I have
all.
a very popular page. People might recognize me then,
This is a great conversation. I mean, I think it's really good.
A lot of times people ask me like, how old are you? What city are you in? What's your job and all that? And I purposely try not to give them some personal information then.
Now,
Galaxy is Pakistani.
now I will say,
Wow, Indian, Pakistani, where's this coming from?
Yeah, this dude is memeing, man, guys. He's a trolling dude. He's straight up memeing.
Okay. But do I have an accent? I mean, I was born in America, raised in America. Do I have some accent? No one's ever told me you sound Indian, or I can tell you're Indian.
Frank
No.
got you.
He's straight up memeing. Just ignore it.
Okay, all right. USA. By the way, on that note, just to convince you I'm an American, go Dodgers, go Lakers.
I don't know if that would convince me.
I missed that. What was it? I missed that. Sorry, what was that?
How do you like golf?
I'm going to take what you said about the torching of animals. This is one thing I will say that I don't think the average person, if they had to kill their own meat, shoot their own pig, shoot their own, I don't think they could do it. Myself, yes, I've done it. Not an issue. I pull a fish out of the ocean. I have no problem gutting it right there on the beach. But I think that's a survival instinct. That's how we are. I don't care if you agree or disagree, but we are carnivores. We eat meat.
I do disagree. I do disagree, Tony, because number one, not to avoid your topic, I'm going to address what you just said, but whether we're carnivore or not makes no difference. And it's easy for us to say that because we're not the ones being tortured and killed. If you were the animal and you were being tortured and killed, I mean, in order for you to understand what they go through, I have to get into detail, and I'm pretty sure everybody here is not interested in that. So just do the research yourself. Find out the immense pain and suffering they go through just for people to eat a hamburger who don't have to eat them. To your part about survival instincts, There's lots of parts of the
I
world
think of the
who did
pain it
not
would take.
eat meat.
I think of the pain it would take to not eat meat. Honestly, that would be painful to me.
Well, I have a question, just real
You know,
quick.
and it was tougher. It was tough for me too, man. When I used to eat meat, it was tough for me to stop. But once you know how to stop, and you can eat meat substitutes, and it's actually better for your health and better for the environment. And if you believe in God and you're an animal lover, you're doing the right thing by stopping. You will look back and say, "Damn, I should have done it
I
faster."
was always taught. This is what I was taught. I come from a lineage. I come from a lineage of outdoorsmen and hunters as well. And it's like, if you killed an animal, you ate the animal. You didn't kill an animal just to kill an animal. If you killed it, you ate it. If you caught it, you ate it. That was the rule. And anything
Right,
other
but I don't have.
than that.
Yeah, and just so there's no misunderstanding, I'm not saying it's bad to eat meat to survive. Anybody who's starving and hungry, if you're in the Amazon jungle and you have to eat, I'm not going to tell you to kill yourself. You have to survive. I'm just saying, Mr. and Mrs. Fat American who go to Taco Bell and then forget about it in 20 minutes. You don't have to torture and kill an animal for that. And they're playing God. Humans are playing God and forcing them to be born and separating them and putting them in cages and all sorts of horrible things for what? So people can go to Jack in the Box and enjoy a meal for 20 minutes and take a shit and forget about it? And then they call themselves animal lovers and they believe in God and they're pro-life and all that? It's a contradiction and it doesn't make any sense then. It's horrible.
Well,
It's wrong.
I can respect your point. I can respect your point.
By the way,
but I do believe the animals were placed on Earth for us to eat. They were given
So
to
do
us.
you eat dogs and cats?
No,
They
no,
do.
but I could if I was hungry enough. I would.
Right, but you don't believe dogs and cats and roaches and elephants and rats and zebras were all put on here for us to eat, do you?
They're edible.
No, you could eat humans too. I'm sure you can cook a human to taste like a filet mignon.
I mean,
but that doesn't mean
right.
you have to. Think of it like this,
Right.
man. Think of it like this, man. If you went to another planet, my name is the Universe Galaxy. I like astronomy. Let's say you went to another planet, okay, and you had plenty of resources to survive, and you took your Smith and Wesson and you shot up ET and all the other aliens on the planet just for fun, and then you ate them. Everybody would say you're insane because why are you killing them when you don't have to? So if it's not okay to kill the other creatures
You
on
wouldn't be
the
able to
other
eat them all.
planet,
You wouldn't be able to eat them all.
whatever you did kill, if
You
it's not
shouldn't kill
okay,
them if you don't eat them.
but I'm saying you could eat them. So let's say you shot some ET aliens on another planet and you ate them. You put ketchup and barbecue sauce and you ate the eyeballs and guts and everything. After you were done, everybody would say, "Why are you killing these aliens? They have a right to live." So if you believe that if you believe in God and we're all God's creatures and all creatures in this universe have a right to live, why is it okay to kill the creatures on this planet then?
Because they're here for us.
Yeah. So why do other? We got it from Vlad Dracula. Why do other animals kill other animals? Why do you see a alligator or a crocodile at the edge of a pond and a little deer comes up to take a sip, or a little antelope, and he just grabs a hold of them? So the animal world is a violent world. I mean, it's ridiculously violent. That's how they eat. And we are at the top of the food chain. Or shall I say, we made ourselves at the top of the food chain.
Yeah.
Well, that food chain is a man-made thing. Like if an alien invaded Earth and they said, "We're higher than you, we're stronger than you, we're on top of the food chain, so let's kill and cook the aliens like they did in the Twilight Zone," that doesn't mean they have a right to kill us and torture us. The animals who kill each other in the jungle, they not only don't know any better, they have to survive. And I told you guys earlier, if you have to survive in the jungle, go ahead. But when you go to Jack in the Box and you eat a hamburger and you forget about it in 20 minutes and take a shit, that doesn't mean you have to do that so animals can be tortured and killed for you.
I can agree. I can agree with that point because I think people should be mindful when they do eat. They should be thankful for when they do consume the animal or the flesh or the plant, because that was all given to us to consume. But you should be mindful. I can understand that point 100%.
There was a tribe in the Amazon. You can find the video on YouTube. It's a really popular video. A tribe in the Amazon in South America who says, "Yes, we kill animals. And every time we do it, we feel guilty. But the only reason we do it is because we don't have a choice. We have to survive." But people in this country, when you kill trillions of animals and you're putting them in gas chambers and forcing them to get pregnant and separating them and all the horrible things they do, it doesn't make sense to go, "Yeah, I believe in God. I believe in life. I'm an animal lover. and I don't have to eat them, but I'm going to keep giving my money to an industry that tortures and kills them.
Now, hang
But
on,
you
hang
never
on.
talk about the unborn children, do you?
It's wrong to kill babies too, but I brought this point up
Oh, is
again,
it?
man. If you
Just two?
you know, if you-
Two?
no,
Two?
but I'm saying
Two?
no,
Is
I'm
that
saying
equivalent?
I want to hear what
Two?
Gonzo has to say. Gonzo, what do you have to say?
no, but just let me just address what he said. I addressed this. If you believe sperm meeting an egg is life, and then you take a knife and slice the eyeball off an elephant, you don't see the contradiction there?
No, I don't say you torture animals, but you say two. I mean, we're in California. We're not.
Well, you took my
we're
word too,
not-
and you ran with it. I was just showing you that if you believe in life, you're going to tell me
two.
sperm meets an egg is life, and then
say
you have no
sperm
problem
meets an
chopping off
egg
the
and-
head of a cow.
You're gonna if people eat meat.
No, I wouldn't have a
they're gonna
problem
kill-
chopping off the head of a cow. I would eat the cow. I don't see how that's a baby. That's not the same. A human life and an animal life is not the same thing.
I'm not saying it's the same, but the suffering and
But you
torturing
never
of
talk.
life
But you're
is
not.
life.
But you're not preaching about the human life that's killed every year in this country.
I'm also not talking about murder of humans and rape of humans and smog and graffiti. It doesn't mean I don't care about other subjects. This was the subject, so I was going over this now.
Okay, well, you're talking about life. You're talking about life in general.
Anthony,
Yeah.
Gonzo's got something to say.
And I don't kill babies either. I don't kill any life.
I don't know what you do.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Now, let me tell you
Well,
why. Let me tell you.
What I meant was I know where this is going. I don't purposely go out. If I step on an ant by accident or my car graffitis smogs up the air and a bird dies, I don't intentionally go out just so I can enjoy a hamburger. You know.
No, what you eat. You are no better than anybody else. Now, let me explain.
Well, I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah. So, okay. So what kills more animals? The meat production industry or the plant production industry? What kills more?
Well, before I get to that, isn't there a difference? Because one is intentionally doing it. The other one, you have to eat something to survive.
No, you only have to eat something to survive.
No, they're very comparable. Okay. So just give me a couple minutes. So I'm coming to this topic as somebody who is formerly a vegan who almost died because of it. And
Why did you almost die? What do you mean?
I almost died because of severe nutrient deficiencies.
No, but that has nothing to do. That's
Yes,
because
it
you didn't do
does.
it properly. Like you could eat meat.
No. Vegans always say you didn't do it right. Now here's the thing.
I don't.
Sorry,
Wait.
sorry,
I don't know
Gonzo.
why
Allow
you're
me a
laughing
couple
at me.
minutes. Allow me a couple minutes.
Sorry, guys.
No, but
I'm just going to bounce out.
if
Thank
you
you
can
very
just let me
much for
follow
tonight's
up.
conversation.
Hey, hang on, hold up one
JC.
second.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Hold on one second.
Anything
JC,
you eat, if you eat
and hold
meat,
on
you
one
can have
second.
health problems.
Universe, hang on one second. JC, appreciate your input. Of course, you are always welcome back, brother. Always. Very
Thank you,
valuable.
Tony.
Valuable.
Much appreciated.
Incredible.
Always
Love
a pleasure.
that.
I'm very
Much appreciated.
surprised you laughed at me and labeled me a vegan, like I'm all like these other vegans. Like, if you eat meat, if you eat cupcakes, cake, anything you eat, you can have health problems. Just because you had a deficiency doesn't mean veganism is bad. It just means you didn't do it properly. Because there's
Now,
plenty of
hang on.
people who are vegans who do it
Yeah,
properly.
sorry,
you're
Universe,
putting
just
words
hold
in
breath
my
for a
mouth.
second. I was about to say
I'm
thank
doing
you,
what
Tony,
you
for having me
did.
out tonight. Much
Hang on.
appreciated.
Hold up. JC, thank you. Thank you for coming
Yeah,
on.
thanks for having me on. Frank, thanks for the conversation again. Great conversation. Anthony
You're the
from
best,
California,
bro.
appreciate it. I see Manadote down there on the bottom. We haven't had a chance to have a chat tonight, but I appreciate that. Gonzo, thank you guys very much. Paul, we haven't had a chance to have a chat yet, but I'm sure you're a great guy. And other
Thanks.
than that, you guys stay safe, and we'll connect again in the future. Peace out.
Sounds great.
The
See you
people
later,
who are
bro.
leaving, by the
Hey,
way,
man.
they're about to miss it because I have a feeling that the room's about to come at me in a negative way. So they're about to miss it then.
Well, go for it, Gonzo.
Yeah. So, so here's the deal. So just allow me a couple minutes here.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So this is important stuff to know. And unfortunately, this is something that is not has not yet at least been recognized by the medical the medical machine, I guess you could say, as at large. There are doctors and there are definitely people who recognize this stuff, but as far as mainstream medical practice, it just we haven't gotten there yet, and it's because doctors are not properly educated in nutrition. Most of them are not, and there's a lot of bullshit out there. But so here's the deal. So to address the first subject really quick, and then we'll get to the nutritional side of it. When you know, obviously, I don't think anybody here is going to say that killing and torturing an animal is like in the context of like some sort of
Sport.
Well, it's a sport, but also just in like meat production, right? In like the mainstream meat production. I don't think anybody's saying that's great. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody is going to say that is an upstanding thing. Yeah. So
That's not true.
right? But on the other hand, to produce your bag of rice, to produce your legumes, to produce your corn and your wheat, you are killing mass amounts of deer. You're killing mass amounts of other insects. You know, when you buy organic produce, a lot of the times those farmers get out their dogs and they go and you can see footage of this. They go and they're grabbing rats and mice and all these things and they're tearing them apart, ripping them apart. And that's organic produce. It's organic. There's still animals dying. And there's, like you can, the other day I just saw this footage of this deer that had got caught in some farming equipment, and there's just this huge gash, and you could just about see this animal's spine. Still alive, still walking around, huge gash in its body. It had just been cut off entirely. And you could see its ribs and it's just about its innards. And really, it's terrible. It's terrible. And so so plant production and all this stuff, and not even to get into the downstream effects of all this too, because when you farm plants with modern day agriculture and all these different because they have to get minerals to grow the plants, right? Because when you mass produce plants in soil, the soil becomes depleted of nutrients and minerals. And so they need to get those minerals and all this stuff from somewhere.
Just to save time, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Just to save time, I pretty much know where you're going with this. Do you mind if I just get in on this? Because you're saying a lot of things.
No, let me finish.
Okay.
Let him finish.
All right.
So they need to get it from somewhere. So what they do is they take these minerals from the ground. They build these giant mines, of course, and they mine potassium and phosphorus, which are two of the most important minerals, essentially. And one of the effects of these things is the just this disgusting, toxic waste, this hazardous material that comes out of this process, and it is dumped into the oceans. And Tony knows about this because, he's in Florida, but there's this huge issue with red tides. Mm-hmm. And that is what causes the red tides and these thousands, just unbelievable amounts of fish dying is from these potassium mines and these phosphorus mines. So, and actually everybody here right now, I highly recommend go check out Garland Farms. He's out here in Texas, but he has covered all of this stuff extensively, and just it just gives you an idea of how many animals die in this process, and it is absolutely insane. And so saying that, because I don't eat meat, or because I don't, if you're buying any food at all from the grocery store, which by the way, the same companies that own these meat production plants and also produce all of the grains, they're all owned by the same companies, like the same 2 to 3 companies.
Usually with the debate, there's a give and take. Do you mind if I get it? I didn't mind when people interrupted me. Do you mind if I interrupt you?
Allow me to finish.
I guess not. All right.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable to finish my point. But
I'm saying I didn't mind when people interrupted me, and you're going on for a long time and saying
I've
the same
allowed
thing.
I've allowed
basically
you
all
to
the time.
interrupt me. I've allowed you to interrupt me on
And I've allowed to be interrupted, and I've allowed to be interrupted too. But you're basically making the same point over and over. They do horrible things. We get your point. Like, how long are you going to do this?
That's not my point.
Yeah,
So
let him-
my point is that there is this assumed moral hierarchy that doing one thing is better than the other. Now, like you were saying earlier, it isn't always obvious what the right answer is.
I never said that.
No, you did. Like when you don't know what you don't know. Somebody said it on this panel. Maybe it was.
No, I said, yeah, it wasn't me. No, it wasn't me.
All right. Well, in any case, it isn't always apparent what the right choice is. It isn't always apparent what's better, and that's the reason why. Is because we don't see everything. So like that's the perfect example of that. You don't see all of the you don't see all the animals that it takes to produce that bag of rice, that bag of beans. Now the second concern is also, you said that, I was
Can I address your
doing
first
veganism
concern?
wrong.
Do you mind if I address your first concern?
Sure.
Yes. I don't want anyone here to believe me. In fact, I want you to assume I'm lying to you. I am purposely lying. All you have to do for any state or any of the major countries, America, Canada, Japan, India, wherever, there is study after study after study after study that shows that to take up the resources to feed these trillions of animals and the land and the water and the food is actually more worse than what he's saying, just creating natural food from the earth. In other words, if you had two scenarios where one scenario was no animals, just rice, potatoes, grains, bread, everything that comes from the earth, that is not as expensive and doesn't take as much resources as feeding all those animals with the same resources that you could give to humans. So when he's making this point about, there's a lot of bullshit information and people are not getting it right, he's one of those people. He has bullshit information. He's not getting it right. What he's doing, and I know what's happening, he's going by some few studies what are pro-meat eating studies that help his narrative, but he's ignoring the majority of the studies that prove him wrong. And if you don't believe me, anybody here can research from any independent nation or government. They've all resourced this. The meat-eating resource world is much more bigger, takes more water, takes more money, it's worse for the environment. I don't know where he's getting this from.
Can I ask?
But go to the second point. Yeah. He had a second point I want to be fair to him. But yeah, go anybody. Fine, go ahead.
Gonzo, you want to finish your point?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So essentially what we've got here, what I'm saying is that the companies, there's only a handful of companies that are responsible for this. I don't know how, I don't understand your angle coming on with that, but
it's simple. Don't torture and kill. That's simple.
And there's torture and killing everywhere with all these industries.
Seems to be.
So I agree. That's the only thing I agree with you on. No matter what you do, and I've made this point earlier, anything a human does, if I go out in the baseball field, I'm going to step on some poor ladybug and all that. There's torture and killing all over. So you do the best you can. What you're basically telling me is, since you laughed at me earlier about vegans and all that, now I'm going to laugh at the meat eaters. What you do is, instead of addressing the problem of torture and killing, you go, well, torture and killing happens other places, so I'm going to wipe my hands and both. So you think there's torture and killing with the animals and the plants. So your solution is to...
question for Galaxy. I have a question for Galaxy. So you don't have a problem with meat eaters. You have a problem with the way the meat is processed. What is your solution?
That's right. That's right. I don't have a problem with people trying to survive. If you're out in the jungle, if you're in some poor place like Africa, I don't want to shit on Africa. Sorry. Any place.
What if I like ribeyes and I want to eat ribeyes? So what is your solution so I can get my ribeyes that I want?
Yeah, if it's hard.
What's that?
No, I'm saying if it's hard for you to give up that taste, and the taste is more valuable to you than life, then I suggest at that point eat substitute meat. You can barely tell the difference.
I will 100% disagree with you on that. Number one, I'm gonna say that soy is killing our country. Okay, and that's one of the biggest proteins that's available to us.
Yeah.
As men, I can tell you that I am a meat eater, and I went about 3 years ago, and there's other guys on this panel that have done the same thing. My health has improved dramatically. Not that I was ever in bad health. I don't care if it's cholesterol. I eat a ton of meat. I eat high fat, and Gonzo can attest to this. Everybody here on this panel has had incredible results with making a diet that makes you a man, and that is what this channel is all about.
Can I address that real quickly? So when you study anything in life, okay, you don't cherry pick the people where they smoked cigarettes for 100 years and they drank coffee and ate eggs and they lived to be 1,000. That's not how you analyze a science. You go by the majority of the people and study after study after study in any country, even if you want to shit on California and America and the West. Every country in the world has studied this, and they all point to the healthiest diet in the world is a natural plant-based diet. It's not even a dispute anymore.
It is a huge dispute.
It is a very massive dispute. Now, hang on. I want to address something. I want to
Not
address
by the
something
majority.
that you
No,
said.
you missed what I said. I didn't say, like, when I say no dispute, you can always find people who go, margarine is fine, butter is fine, cigarettes are fine, I like marijuana, it's fine. The majority of the studies from the credible places all point to natural, basically anything that comes from the earth. If you live that lifestyle, it's healthier. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying if you're vegan, you're healthy. You can be vegan and have high blood pressure, diabetes, high cholesterol maybe, and a bunch of problems. Being vegan doesn't mean you're healthy, just like eating meat doesn't mean you're healthy. But if all things are equal and you do everything equally, the healthiest one is the natural plant-based diet then. If you don't believe me, check the study.
Let me ask Gonzo, give me 1 second, Gonzo, if you don't mind. Galaxy, I got 2 questions for you. Is it more about torturing animals, or is it more about health for you?
The main thing is the torture and killing. If it's not that, you can eat
so
Twinkies
screw
and
your
ding dongs
health
for
as
life.
long as the animals are not getting tortured.
Well, see, it doesn't matter because
put your health on the side, put your hormone balanced hormones to the side, put your muscle ability to grow muscle to the side for the health, for the safety of the animals.
Yeah. To answer that question, was that Tidote?
Yeah, Tidote.
Yeah, Tidote. Just to answer your question, most people when they debate me or other people on meat, they'll give you all these reasons about the earth and what's healthier and all that. These are all excuses. They're not eating meat for these reasons. The main reason people eat meat is because it's taste and they're used to it.
I eat meat because I want protein from meat, and it tastes
it's biologically necessary. It is
look,
biologically
necessary. Last question for you.
Let me answer what you said. If it's biologically necessary, then there should be tons of more people dying.
It is a miracle that that we don't have. I mean, already a lot of. Oh, hang on. Have I disconnected? Am I back?
No, you're good.
The scientific studies are out there. I don't know if you guys are researching these studies or not. I've done the research.
I am continuously researching this subject. Now, I'm not a doctor or anything like that, but I'm very passionate about the subject of nutrition because it is something that has directly affected me, and I see it affecting everybody around me.
Can I list some organizations? Can you tell me if you trust these organizations? The American Diabetes Association, the Heart Disease Foundation, the Mayo Clinic. I could give you a million examples of credible, well-known places that go over heart disease, cancer, diabetes.
Those people are not credible. Those people are not credible at all. Those are not credible.
Those are not credible. Absolutely not.
Okay, so can I ask, what places do you find credible? I want to know what places you find credible.
Your test levels when you go to the doctor because you're a meat eater versus when you don't eat meat and you go to the doctor and get tested on your health. You can judge.
I want to know what scientific places do you trust?
Your own body. Look at vegans versus meat eaters.
See, that's the problem right there. Hold on. You're going to cherry pick
I got a question for you. I didn't finish my last question. What's the solution, Galaxy?
Yeah, sure.
What is your solution?
The solution is this. if a guy from China told me that he likes to eat dogs and he supports an industry that tortures and kills dogs, and he says, "What's my solution? What's the solution?" I would go, "Stop torturing and killing the dogs."
Okay, but what about butchering cows? We're not talking about killing dogs.
Okay, but it's the same thing. The animal feels the same pain.
It's not the same thing. It's
Okay,
not the same
problem.
Hold on.
You've cherry picked which animals are okay for you to kill and not kill. The animal doesn't know that you decided what animals are okay to kill and not kill.
Yeah, because cows have a lot more meat on them than a dog does. That's why we eat cows.
And an
Okay.
elephant has more meat than a cow. Do you eat elephants?
Yeah, we would. We would eat elephants. That people in Africa eat elephants every day.
Okay, and people people also eat asses and penises and eyeballs. Does that make it okay?
I mean, if it's not, if it,
guys-
you know, hey,
Let me jump in. Let me just.
you still never gave me a solution. Though. You still never
No,
gave me
I
a
just
solution.
told you the
No.
I just
Go ahead,
told
Paul.
you the solution. The reason I
Yeah.
gave the Chinese dog people is because I know you guys like dogs, I assume, and you are against Chinese people torturing them. I was trying to get you to understand, if you know it's wrong for the dog, why don't you know it's wrong for the other animals? And your answer to me is because they have more meat, or because I guess it's okay with you.
Are these people in China? Are they torturing?
I have nothing against Chinese people who eat dogs.
Okay, Galaxy.
And that's easy and Tony, that's easy for you to say because you're not the dog being tortured and killed.
Okay. Galaxy is.
It's a
pointing
terrible
out-
argument. I'm sorry, man.
Galaxy-
It's a horrible argument.
Hold on, Gene.
No, but
Galaxy
man,
is
what's your
pointing out-
argument to me so far? So far, your argument to me has only been, I don't trust these places. I trust my doctor. These animals have more meat. You're not giving me
don't
any
trust my
arguments. You're just
doctor.
telling me what you like.
I trust my body. I don't trust my doctor. I trust my blood tests. I trust my testosterone levels. I trust my health. That's what I trust.
Tony, if you trust your body and you trust your health, I'm pretty sure you have read some scientific things on something that has to do with health that you learned, okay, I'm going to learn these things so I can take care of my health then.
Absolutely. And
Go ahead and outlaw meat, and millions and millions and millions of people are going to starve to death and die. And not only that, you're going to put a lot of farmers out of business. So, these have long-lasting repercussions, sir.
So Frank, so let me address both these points. Number one, are you going to tell me that torture and killing is okay because people need to have a job? And number two, I can find you a dirt poor country that has lots of poverty. Somebody brought it up earlier, India. This place has lots of poverty, and they have the world's largest vegetarians in the world.
I live in a farming area now that I'm out in the Ozarks, and I see a lot of these farmers. I don't see them torturing animals. I see the way that they humanely kill the cow is done with a high level of consideration for how they lead the cow into the slaughter. And
Frank, 97% of the animals go to a slaughterhouse. It doesn't matter if the farmer is Charles Ingalls from Little House on the Prairie and he loves his animal. They all, majority, go to slaughterhouses. And if you say that they're not tortured, go ask the farmer how he gets the sperm out the animal, how the animal gets pregnant, how they separate the animal, and I could give you a bunch of examples, but you get the point.
Hit that light. 1 second, let me just adjust my camera.
Hold on, Galaxy.
By the way, do you guys want to know how they got the sperm out before the machines? Do you guys know how they got the sperm out? You'll never guess.
To me, to torture something means to take pleasure in causing it pain. And I can tell you the way that a cow is slaughtered is they are brought into these slaughterhouses with consideration. I have heard stories from these farmers where they say the cow knows that it's going to the slaughter, and they will spend a couple hours with that cow just to get that cow to calm down. Then they bring them in through this processing process, and a bang stick comes down on top of their head and puts them out very, very quickly. And, this is from the people in my community that farm for a living. And yes, their jobs do matter, because if we're not feeding people with meat, then families are suffering, people are in poverty, then all of a sudden crime rates rise and communities suffer. Not to mention that a lot of our meat is exported all around the world. Meat is a commodity. It produces derivatives. It produces markets that have long-lasting repercussions. Me personally, I eat meat. The one thing I'll take away from this conversation with you tonight, sir, is that it's important that we don't take things for granted and that we present more gratitude in the food that we have, because you're 100% right when you say that we go to Taco Bell or we go to McDonald's and we eat something and 20 minutes later we totally take it for granted. I want to say that you've given me a realization that I should be more grateful for the meat that I do get, because you know, a lot of people in the world are not as blessed. So I do recognize that to be the truth.
Well, I appreciate that, but there's a couple of things you're getting wrong here. Number one, you can't rely on farmers who make money. What are they going to say to you? You know what, Frank? To tell you the truth, I do torture and kill them, and it has nothing to do for the money. They're making money, and they're not going to admit what happens in the farm industry. So when they tell you happy cows come from California, here's organic food, here's free range, that's not to make the animals feel better. That's to make you feel better, and you get suckered into thinking the animals are treated nicely. To your other point, let's say I'm wrong. Let's say I'm wrong and the farmers are all lovely to the animals and they're free and they're open and there's no force of pregnancy, no caging, no pumping of hormones, no overly hot conditions, cold conditions, dirty conditions. It's all wonderful. They still kill them. So what kind of a love for an animal is that to go ahead and kill them just to make money? To your third point about starvation,
the animals are here for us.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Gene.
Your point about starvation, I gave you the example of India. There's over 1 billion people in India. It is one of the poorest. You want to talk about poverty? Detroit, Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago? That's not poverty. Poverty is in India, where people live dirt poor, literally dirt poor, kind of like the way they were in the 1930s in America for the Dust Bowl time. It's dirt poor, and they have the highest number of vegetarians in the world, and you're not going to starve the world because the resources you use to feed the animals, the grain, the wheat, the land, the water, you can use those same resources for the humans. Animals take up more than the humans. They're bigger, they're stronger, there's trillions of them. It doesn't make any logical sense for you to assume the world is going to starve. Use the same resources for the humans. And last but not least, even if you disagree with everything I just said, let's just ignore everything I said. At the end of the day, you are justifying torture and killing just because you want to make yourself feel better to eat meat because you like the way it tastes and you're used to it.
Absolutely not.
Can I jump in?
Paul had
Actually,
something
though,
to say.
like, can I actually say something?
Yeah,
Or-
Paul, jump in.
I think you guys are ignoring everything I'm telling you.
Paul, go ahead.
We
So
are.
I'll concede to Universe Galaxy that the vegan diet is a sustainable diet. I'm a person that I do a lot of research into athleticism and nutrition, and I've even tried the vegan diet myself. And I'll say, I've the time that I was a vegan, my skin cleared up like pretty much instantly. I was able to manage my acne a lot better.
That's because you quit producing testosterone. Now I'm messing with you.
No. All right, hold on, Gonzo. So I'll concede that point to you. And there's plenty of athletes. I mean, you could look them up. Plenty of athletes that are vegans, and they're doing just fine.
I knew you would bring that up, but that's athletes are. This is where when it comes to athletes, a lot of that stuff, guys. We're missing genetics too when it comes to athletes. There's very few vegan athletes that can perform on the same type of protein.
Tony, but it's not true.
But when you're looking at nutrition, Tony, when you're looking at nutrition, this is a very basic rundown when it comes to nutrition. You're essentially trying to find a way to eat so that you're getting the proper amount of macros, right? Macronutrients,
right.
and seeing which foods you could eat to actually meet those goals of macros every single day. I'll say for me, when I was doing hypertrophy training and stuff like that, it was really difficult to actually get a high amount of protein. And now, Galaxy, I know you might disagree with this at first, but hear me out.
Yeah, you're right. That is tough. That's actually pretty amazing that you tried that. How was it for you, if you don't mind me asking that?
Like during the vegan diet?
It is tough. I'm not an expert on that, but the other one, the long word, I
hypertrophy.
don't say it properly right. Yeah. I'm not an expert on that, but from what I understand, that is tough. That's not easy, though.
Well, yeah, you have to get a lot of protein, and the recommended amount, this is obviously not completely accurate because we can't know. When it comes to nutrition, you don't know for sure. You kind of ballpark it.
Right.
So you're supposed to
right.
you're supposed to hit essentially, when it comes to protein, 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. Again, not super accurate, but that's kind of like the universally known if you're trying to do hypertrophy, right? And so with a vegan diet,
with you, man. I'm waiting for the butt. But
I'm sorry. Just
no, I'm joking. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
there's some kind of like context to kind of involve, right? With the vegan diet, it's difficult to kind of hit that because the foods that are non-animal product but also are protein rich also have a lot of calories at the same time. And so if you're trying to hit kind of a low calorie, high protein diet, it could be very difficult in that moment. For most people, what they do is they actually just go to egg whites, and that's a super low calorie, high protein kind of food that you could use, and so that's kind of like when it comes to vegan diets, like that's kind of where it's kind of difficult. Like if you want to have low calories but also high amount of protein in your diet, egg whites is an extremely easy kind of route you could go. However, I will concede to you that a vegan diet is completely sustainable. I'm sorry, Gonzo,
Sure.
I have to disagree with you. I think
I'll disagree with you 100%.
One thing, the only deficiency you will get from not eating meat, I'm a biologist, I know this topic. The only deficiency you will get is B12, and that's because you get it from the dirt and the vegetables. And nowadays we don't eat raw vegetables because it has a lot of problems on there that are dangerous. So we clean it and it takes out the B12. Other than B12, iron, magnesium, calcium, everything, there's plenty of it from the earth. It's not hard. It just seems hard because you're used to a McDonald's diet where you have barbecue, hot dogs, ribs, and chicken. So for people like that, it's like, I don't eat meat. What am I going to eat? Tomatoes and lettuce? They don't understand how easy it is. But the part about the health part, let's admit one thing, Paul, and I know you'll admit this, but I don't know if everybody else in this room will admit it. People are not eating meat for the most part for the protein or the health. They do it for the taste and because they're used to it.
Most people think meat is bad for them. That's the
Most
truth.
most people are fat asses too.
Yeah. Well, most people are afraid of meat. Like this has been my mom. Like now, my mom is like she's like 57, right? 58, somewhere around there. She is like deathly terrified of meat. Like she was raised, and she was like, my grandfather, like he would, he'd kill rabbits and they'd kill chickens in the backyard. They had a farm, and they would eat. And she's just never been a meat person. It's very difficult for her to eat meat. She has just totally turned away from that. But to address the nutrient thing real quick. This is why plants are a problem when it comes to nutrition. So first thing is the B12, right? So the B12 is a problem. And I can tell you right now that it's not just because everybody's washing the dirt off of their food. That's insane.
Oh, I know that. I was just summarizing it fast. I know.
Yeah. You're going to be deficient no matter what, unless you're supplementing, right? Which already tells you if you're required to have a supplement to be getting adequate amounts of something, that what is natural about that?
Right, but just so there's no misunderstanding, Chris, sorry to cut you off. Just so there's no misunderstanding, I never claimed that being vegan is healthy or eating meat is healthy. You can be unhealthy and be vegan. You can be unhealthy and eat meat. My point is, for the people who give me the excuse about it's good for your health, when they make that excuse, I'm saying to you, there are more problems long-term eating meat than there is not eating meat. There's study after study that shows if you have a high meat lifestyle versus a non-meat lifestyle, you are more likely to have health problems in the long run. Now, sure, you can find people who smoke a pack of cigarettes every day and live to be 100, eat eggs, eat steak, and they're all healthy. But you can't cherry pick like that. You have to go by the majority. And the studies show eating meat opens the door to possibly having more health problems than not eating meat then.
The studies that you,
I'm sorry, plant-based diet.
bias toward that very unhealthy lifestyle. I want to go back to Paul.
That's a conspiracy theory, Tony. That's a conspiracy theory, man.
Oh God, here we go. Don't hurt our reputations with the name callings. Now we're white people. We got to protect our reputations.
These
I wasn't trying to name call anybody.
when you have these top athletes, okay, these top athletes that can go vegan, everybody has to understand that when you're in the NBA, you're in the NFL, you're in any of these, you are the top 1% of genetic freaks in the world. These are biological genetic freaks that are not the average person. The average person cannot go on a vegan diet and be healthy. Period. And that's the truth.
Wait, Galaxy, let him real quick.
When somebody compares a professional athlete, well, he went vegan. He was already a genetic freak. Jump on that ball field with those guys. It's not going to happen. So using an athlete as a comparison in a professional sport, these guys are genetic freaks.
No, I only brought up athletes because somebody else on the panel was telling me
I'm not saying you
the athletes are.
I'm just trying to clarify that we can't use an athlete.
Fair enough. That is so to address your point. I can assure you, Tony. Okay, I can assure you, there is no study out there that will back what you just said. You're just making things up, man. That's all you're doing, man.
What? You're making that up.
Hang on.
You're making that up.
Now, hang on. I can tell
you. To the guy with the beard, man, you really have a problem with me, and you haven't given me any logical argument. At least Tony's giving me some argument. You're just telling me they're here for us to kill. They have more meat. It's okay. It's fine.
I have a beard.
That's the truth. There's nothing else to say about that, Galaxy. And what Tony just gave you is 100% true. And you told him it's not. It's true.
No, if there's study after study that backs me, and he has no study, you're going to believe him and not believe me. It doesn't make any sense, man.
Well, what we got to do is I'm going to set a thing for you. Go on a meat diet for a month, and then tell them get your blood.
I grew up eating meat, man. I grew up eating meat, man.
Are you what is your health like? What is your physical health?
It's perfect.
I'll do better. Well, obviously, no matter what I say, everything's going to get dismissed. People are going to laugh at me and dismiss everything. No one wants to go by facts. But to answer your question, just like Paul was explaining, when I ate meat, I noticed differences. I lost weight. My energy was better, less bloated. And I could give you a million examples of how it was just so much of a difference. I felt it. Now, just because I feel it doesn't mean I'm right and you're wrong. You can show me eating meat makes you feel good. So to understand who's right, you can't cherry pick. You have to go by the majority. This is why I don't understand why the guy with the beard is disagreeing with me. Most studies show that if you eat a meat diet versus a plant-based diet, the meat diet is more risky at that point.
Look, man, if you want to eat veggies, eat veggies. I'm just telling you what Tony said is 100% true.
Yeah. Well,
you're literally ignoring everything I'm telling you and just siding with Tony. That's all you're doing.
I have to. I can't entertain that.
But at least the other people who disagree with me, like Frank, at least like Frank and Tony and Paul, whoever disagrees.
I'm not here to be friends with you. I'm here to tell you the truth.
All you're doing so far is just saying, but all you're saying is like, you're wrong, Tony's right.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Gene. If you're going to engage in a debate with somebody, it's going to be very hard to actually convince the person to actually change their viewpoint if the only thing you're bringing to the table is that's true. Like, you kind of need to actually add some substance to it, and I'll concede that again to Galaxy.
Yeah, but sure, we can have that for entertainment purposes, but you just said I told Tony.
Here's what is true. Galaxy, you're debating the long-term natural order of things. I think from the beginning of time, men have been eating meat. When I say men, I mean men and women. I mean the species of humankind have been eating meat.
That is not true. That is not true.
Okay. Well, from the history that we have, the 6,000 or so years of history we have, we know that men have ate meat.
Frank, studies
I
show.
could show. I don't know. The guy who's laughing at me. The guy who's laughing at me. Do you actually want to know, or do you just want to laugh at me?
Both.
So
Okay, well,
look,
if you wanna
Galaxy,
laugh,
let me
you're
ask you
not
this.
having- You're not having a debate, man. So you know what? At this point, man, today I'll debate everybody else. The other guy who just laughs, keep laughing at me. Have a good time, man. I'm not going to debate you. Man.
So Galaxy, do you believe that the quality of vegetable is the same as it was, I don't know, even 100 years ago? Because I live out in the Ozarks. I'm originally from New York, and since I moved out here, I realize how much chemicals are in the food supply. They put anhydrous ammonia. They put all kinds of pesticides so that the crop is not destroyed.
I am on your side. When you eat the vegetables, because you asked me about vegetables, it is definitely not the same as it was 100 years ago. But I want you to think about something else. If you're worried about the shit that they're putting in oranges and watermelons, it's a lot worse than what they're putting in the animals. You're eating that garbage in the animals, man.
So what if we eat free range, organic, non-GMO, ethically, produced meat? I mean, does any of that make a difference?
But just before I answer your question, for over 7 billion people in the world, how in the world are you going to have naturally born animals, naturally raised with no garbage, and you can feed everyone on a practical level? How in the world would you do that?
Well, I do what I can do. I try to eat organic. I try to buy the highest quality food that I can. I can't speak for everybody.
Organic is just a...
Does it make a difference for me to do that?
I told you earlier, organic meat is not usually making the animals better. It's making you feel better. That's all it's doing. It's a brainwashing marketing thing, man.
Well,
Galaxy,
okay.
I want to... Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Because you've been
I just wanted to tie up this nutrient thing really quick because it's irking me. Because, and here's the thing, just quick preamble. Anybody can take this information and disregard it. That's totally fine. I'm not trying to convince anybody here because I understand, like we were just talking about apologetics earlier in this stream. Like, I understand that it doesn't matter how well you can answer the question. The next question is going to come that is not going to cause the change in the heart. That is not going to cause, anything like that. But anyway, all I can tell you is that this is what I have read from varying sources. I've experienced it on myself as well throughout this process. But this is what I have found. So I would like everybody to think of their bodies as a bucket. Okay, your body is a bucket, and when you're eating, there's raw materials going into the bucket. There's a mechanism inside this bucket, and it's coming out the other end, right? But your body has to maintain a certain level of these raw materials for it to do its job. And these raw materials are obviously protein, fat, carbohydrate, but even more importantly, or just as important, are the micronutrients. And there's a whole bunch of them, and I've read up on just about all of them. And it's insane how important they are and what they do. Most people, regardless of the diet they're on or just on the standard American diet, most people are deficient in something, okay? Chances are, if you're sitting here and watching this, if you're sitting here and watching this, chances are you have some kind of at least insufficiency. Maybe not a full-on deficiency, but an insufficiency. And it could be in anything. And it could be for a variety of reasons. Nutrient deficiencies aren't just caused by diet. They can be caused by exercise, actually. You can have a nutrient deficiency because you're out in the sun regularly. If you're not getting enough through your food. And then you add that on top of that. You could stress is a big thing. There's also environmental toxins and things like that. There's all kinds of reasons why you could be lowering that bucket, all right? So the question, and personally what I have found, the more that I read about nutrients, the more amazed I am at the human body, not only at how well it can adapt and survive through really difficult times, but also just how integral these nutrients are to different diseases and how doctors are not looking at these things yet because they're not mainstream. They're not sexy. You know, like they're not the most attractive things to be looking at. Doctors like drugs, you know, the industry likes to use pharmaceuticals and things like that. They're not really looking towards these things that you can't patent, like nutrients and minerals. But in any case, so the biggest concern on any diet, no matter what you're eating, is going to be the raw materials. Now, the biggest concern with plant foods is that you have the B12 problem, which is first and foremost. And that's a huge issue. The second concern is also dietary fat. And
Well,
the reason
that part is not Chris. That part is not true. Where do you get the B12 from? Yeah.
Hang on. Allow me to finish this. So dietary fat. So the problem with dietary fat is that dietary fat is a huge factor in how well you absorb minerals. And pretty much all vegan diets, like there's no way you're going to get the right type of fat that your body recognizes because we are not made out of plants, right? We are made out of meat. If you look at the lipids in a plant, the lipids in a plant are not the same as the lipids in, like, I don't know, a cow belly, right? You can
Chris, where do the animals get it from? Where are they getting B12 from? It's not
the
B12
animals.
not,
we are not the same. We are not the same as cows. Now, hang on. Let me finish.
But you eat the cow. You eat the cow. You're getting it from them.
So what happens is you eat when you're eating like you could eat a ton of avocados on a vegan diet, right? But it's not going to be the same fat profile as a steak. It's just it's apples and oranges. So
I see what you're saying. I know what you're
saying. Is that fat drives your intake of minerals. All right. So that's the first problem, is having enough fat and then having the right amount of fat. Most vegans are already, and most people in general are afraid of fat. People are afraid of being afraid of fat because they believe that fat and cholesterol cause heart disease. So most vegans are on.
I agree with you. Fat is necessary. Your body produces cholesterol on its own, and I have a theory it produces saturated fat. Yeah. So even if you don't get it, that part I agree. This is the part where I'm agreeing with you because you're giving facts, but you're cherry picking and ignoring the other things. So for example, when you judge anything in life, well, I shouldn't say anything. Sorry, let me rephrase that. When you judge most things in life, you're supposed to go by the whole picture. So if you say having no animal in your diet, you're going to have deficiency in this. Okay. Having meat in your diet, you're going to have more problems. Which one is worse? You take the lesser of the evil.
You're not letting me finish my point here. The point that I'm making. More? Okay. Yes, there is. Yes.
I know there's more. I know there's more, but I thought that was part of it. I thought I got that part at least.
Okay. So you have the dietary fat, all right, which drives the absorption of minerals. So we know that. Then on top of this, most plants, actually, well, I mean, I guess all plants, but some plants are worse than others. Most plants have these things that are called anti-nutrients, and anti-nutrients vary. Some of them are beneficial in small amounts. Some of them, there's debate about that. But the biggest concern out of all of these, in my opinion, is phytic acid. Now, phytic acid is in your legumes, it's in wheat. It's in wheat. But you have phytic acid, and you can do some reading on that. But so here's the problem.
I've done the research. Yes, I've done it.
Yeah, exactly. So you should know this. But the point is that there is. When you have a diet high in phytic acid is going to compete with zinc. All right. So you already have a diet that is low in minerals because you're simply not absorbing a lot of what's there because of the fat intake on the diet. On top of that, then you have the phytic acid just coming in with every meal. And unless you're taking a zinc supplement in between meals, you're going to have issues with zinc pretty much from day one. You're also going to have issues with calcium. If you eat something like spinach, you're going to have oxalates coming in, loads of oxalates, and you're going to have the potential for oxalic acid building up in your joints and in your soft tissues, as well as just binding up with all the calcium so you can't use it. So now you have a calcium deficiency on top of a zinc deficiency, on top of a B12 deficiency.
Chris, how do you explain to people who don't have these deficiencies?
I mean, it can take years. Like for example, some people disagree with this. You can get
a lot
scurvy.
of people disagree with this.
No. You haven't heard my point. A lot of people believe that you can't get scurvy on a carnivore diet. I got scurvy on a carnivore diet.
No, listen, Chris, you have to be specific. When you say a lot of people think this, a lot of people think that, I don't rely on snake oil salesmen who say, well, I was doing this all my life and this is what happened. I'm going by the scientific research. What are you going by?
I'm going by the scientific research as well. And what I'm telling you is that, hang on.
All right.
What I'm telling you is that when you go on a carnivore diet, right? Some people say that you can't get scurvy. There's just enough vitamin C to get by. I got scurvy on a carnivore diet. Now it was not a big deal. It was easy to correct, but some people think that it's impossible. But the reason why a lot of people don't get scurvy just eating meat and not taking a supplement is because it can take years. It can take years to become
Chris, there have been people.
Some people it can take.
No, Chris, they have studies out there. I told you guys earlier, don't believe me. Think I'm lying to you. They have studies where they're not going by a few hillbillies or a few city folks or a few countries for a few years. They're going years and decades where they study the people over and over and over in different nations. And I'll give you a great example. Since you like to cherry pick, I'll cherry pick. One of the highest life cycles in the world is in Japan, Okinawa. The Okinawa diet is for the most part vegetarian, although they're a fishing society, it's part of their culture. For the most part, they're vegetarian. I gave you the India example. Israel right now has the highest number of vegans. The United Kingdom, they've studied these people for decades, and they're studying them comparing to meat eaters. There's no comparison, Chris. What you're doing is cherry picking some people who disagree, and you're giving some zinc example. Well, it doesn't take in the calcium, and there's a problem here. You could find more problems with eating meat. Do you know what meat leads to? Cancer, heart disease.
You know what meat doesn't have. You know what meat doesn't have? It doesn't have oxalic acid, and it doesn't have phytic acid.
Why is the guy laughing? Why is he laughing? Because he's
Brandon made a very good point. That's a very good point.
It's a fucking comment. That's why.
You know why the guy laughed? The guy laughed because he likes to kill animals and he's against me, so he's going to side with any boyfriend who agrees with him. That's what he's doing.
Hey, no disrespect. Now, I know
laughing at me. He's laughing at me. You know.
That's all right. Anyway. I've got people in the comments section that are regular people.
They're worse.
They're
writing worse things about me.
Hey, you know what? Galaxy, it's clear that most of us don't agree with your position, but you're a great debater. There's no question about it. You know how to make a point. You know how to communicate. Are there any other topics that you're passionate about besides meat? Yes. Because I think we've almost exhausted this one.
I could change. I could ask him a question.
I actually had 4 subjects when I first came on here. If you recall, I was asking you guys, do you take all subjects? I'd love to bring up other subjects, but do you mind just to address what Chris said, please? I won't take long.
Can I ask you a question afterwards?
You got
sure.
We're going to wrap this up in about 5 minutes. Go ahead, Galaxy, and then I'll have Paul interject. That's the end of this.
Thank you. In fact, before I do, I want to give thanks to everybody here. Even though some people were laughing and making fun of me, for the most part, you guys are pretty nice, and you gave me time. A lot of shows don't do this. They hang up on people. They get emotional. They're rude. For the most part, I like you guys. And for all the people listening, this is how you do a show. You give people time. You exchange information. And other than that guy with the beard, everyone else was pretty much nice. I thank you guys. You guys are all welcome on my podcast.
This is why. This show is called Get It Off Your Chest Saturday Night. Okay? That's the name of the show.
I love it. I actually call lots of programs. Not every program is nice like you guys.
We appreciate you, brother. You've been cool.
We appreciate you. I mean, I'm enjoying the debate. I'm sitting back here as the moderator in my channel, and I allow people to come on and give their point of view. We don't have to agree. But I can tell you one thing I don't do is I don't say, and I will never say this, you guys know what I'm going to say. I will never say we can agree to disagree. I will never say
Oh
that.
yeah.
We can disagree only.
Roger.
Right now, Chris. Actually, you know what? That agree to disagree thing, that should only apply for like opinions. Like if you're debating what's the best ice cream, oh, chocolate, vanilla, we agree to disagree. But when you go by facts, and you disagree, it's usually because one side is not going by facts. So I agree with you that whole thing, agree to disagree, doesn't always add up. To Chris. So Chris, let me do this as fast as I can because I think they said they're going to end the show in 5 minutes. So I'll do this as fast as I can. Number one, most people who eat meat, they're not doing it for the zinc, the calcium, the lack of fatty acids or anything like that. They're doing it for the taste and because they're used to it from their culture. So when people give me these other arguments, they're just trying to find excuses to make themselves feel better and to win the argument. They're not actually addressing the real problem, which is basically they're giving themselves a pass. Now to your health points, the zinc, the acid, the fats and all that, anything you eat in this life, you can find problems. If I eat ding dongs and Twinkies, if I eat steaks and ribeyes, if I eat vegetables and tomatoes, anything you do can have deficiencies. As you said, pretty much everyone in America has some kind of deficiency, and probably the world. But what you do is you do the best you can. And I'm showing you over and over, when you go by everything, the meat-eating diet is more riskier than the non-meat-eating diet. Now, just because you're vegan doesn't mean you're healthy. Just because you eat meat, it doesn't mean you're healthy. So what is the healthiest way? That's in a matter of an opinion. I rely on the science. And most of the science goes plant-based diet is better than meat-eating diet then. And the other thing, what about the torture and killing, man? That is my main thing. My main thing is not
That's
the
what I
health
want to ask
subject.
you about.
I only bring up health because meat eaters want to defend it and go, it's better for your health. So I go over health. The main issue is the torture and killing of animals. And the last thing, Chris, if you do eat meat, I'd like to know your take on this. When you find the problems with the vegetarian or whatever, what do you say to all the problems that could come up by eating meat then?
Well,
What's your follow-up?
I have a because I think you kind of alluded to this earlier, but it almost sounded like you were painting me in a position like I'm trying to wash my hands of the meat industry, but that's not the case at all. Just to make that clear, because the thing is I believe that the best thing for everybody, regardless of regardless of just whatever the industries are doing, I think the best way out of this problem, the solution, is to have your own farm with your own animals and not to rely and sort of just build your life or just allow your life to be dependent upon these industries and these several companies that basically own all the food production. I think that it's disgusting. I mean, I agree with you. I agree that the animal thing is a problem. I also see that the plant thing is a problem too. So I think the best way out of this whole issue is just to grow stuff yourself. People need to start farming again. I know Garland Farms has talked about this, but there's just not a lot of young people who are farming anymore. And he really wants to see.
Should the Chinese farm dogs? Should the Chinese people farm dogs?
They absolutely can. Why would that be an issue?
You know that most people. I mean, do you need to know what most people do when it comes to money? When money is involved and how corners are cut, not everyone's a saint and a nice person. And if they think of the animal as a commodity, as a suitcase for business that gives them food, what do you think? How they're going to treat it? You think they're all going to put it in their bed and sleep with it and kiss with it and cuddle with it?
When you grow your own food, that nullifies that whole issue.
Okay,
there's
so
no money
it doesn't
involved.
because
There's no money involved if you produce your own food.
Of course there is. You have to buy the animal, You have to raise the animal. You have to get it pregnant to have future animals. You have to do a lot of horrible things, and you have a choice. You don't have to do these things. You can eat other things. You can eat tons of tasty junk food that'll make you happy.
Galaxy,
Have you ever worked on a farm?
The point is, Galaxy, hold on. The point is, you're not saying it's okay if I humanely treat my cow. You're saying it's still wrong, even if I humanely treat it. That's my issue.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in his fairy tale world where everyone has their own farm, he needs to understand when you have 7 billion people who all have their own farms, that many animals in captivity. What do you think is going to happen? They're all going to run free like dogs?
That's a lot of land. You got to buy up a lot of land.
It actually would
nothing
be.
else.
It actually would.
I'm gonna have a cow in my living room.
Doesn't make any sense.
Can
by the way, somebody asked me earlier, they had a question, and somebody else asked me, do you have any other subjects? But I heard someone say they're ending the show in 5 minutes or so. So is there time to go over other things, or are you ending the show?
I think we're gonna kill this subject because I think we've beat a dead horse here.
Yeah, it's as dead as a factory animal.
I want to.
Paul had a question.
Yeah. So, just to kind of conclude my part as far as the health concerns of veganism versus or plant-based versus animal-based diet, I personally don't have enough education on that to actually know which one is actually definitively better. And so I couldn't actually give an answer for that. I need to do more research to actually conclude personally of like what I think. However, you said, and I'm glad you said this, you said the biggest problem is the torturing and killing and how that is not morally correct. Okay.
Right.
I think if we're ever going to talk about what is or isn't moral, if we're going to talk about if whether or not veganism is a more morally exceptional diet to take on, I think the question needs to be asked, where do you derive your actual morals from? Why is it that killing and torturing animals is even morally wrong in the first place?
That's a fine question, Paul. But I have a feeling, I'm not trying to assume you're doing this, okay? Don't take this personally. I always hate these parts of debates because now we're going to get into philosophical mumbo jumbo where people will start asking questions like, if a tree falls down and no one's there, does it make noise? And well, is it okay to kill one person if you save 1 million? We're getting into philosophical mumbo jumbo. And I'd really like to just take it for like practically, torture and killing is wrong, especially if you believe in God and if you're an animal.
Yeah, I think a philosophical approach to anything is the most logical approach.
Well, that's the problem, is that you're asserting a moral superiority, yet you can't actually give us a clear justification of your moral viewpoint.
All right, I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it. It's not that I couldn't. I was just trying to save time. No, if you want me to, I will. You want me to explain to you why torture and killing is wrong?
Well,
yeah,
Galaxy,
please.
I have
2 reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I think there's a delay, by the way, guys. If I interrupt you, I think there's a delay. So sometimes I think you're done and you're not. So don't think I'm being rude or anything. Go ahead.
Well, I would just like to ask on top of Paul's question, are you a Christian?
Oh, that's a great question, man. So it's a little bit detailed. Do you want me to get into detail? It's not a yes or no for me.
Yeah, it's a yes or no.
It's a yes or no.
No, it's not.
Well,
it's a yes or
then
well,
if it's
Catholic?
If it's a yes or no for you guys, then if it's a yes or no for you, then I'm going to ignore the question. Then I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you answer it however you want. That's fine.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I believe in Jesus Christ. If someone tells me he's the Prince of Peace, I don't question that. I respect Jesus Christ. In fact, I don't think Jesus Christ would approve of torturing and killing animals. And from what I understand, before the flood, the world was vegetarian. I'm not an expert on Christianity, but that's from what I understand, what some Christians have explained then. And as a believer in God, I just don't think it's right to torture and kill animals. Now, I am not a Christian, no, but I respect Christianity.
So why don't you identify as Christian? Is it just the religion aspect of it? Is it like the church aspect of it?
No, not at all. No, I'm not an expert on the religion, so I'm not.
Like, why will you?
No,
why
I
will
believe.
you say that.
I believe in.
Yeah.
I believe in God. I definitely believe in God. I am a God-fearing person. I believe God created everything in the universe.
But do you not believe that, like, Jesus died on the cross? Is that what it is, or?
No, I don't doubt that either.
Like,
He believes in science over God. That's the bottom line.
See,
Yeah,
again,
like,
the guy.
I want to understand.
That guy with the beard. No, that guy with the beard has a real problem with me. And I honestly, I don't consider this guy to be smart. I consider this guy to be brainwashed and just trying to find any way to win against me. That's all he's doing right now.
Honestly, I don't have a problem with you at all, but I'm a black and white guy. I'm not a
I don't
debate.
have a problem.
I'm a black and white kind
So,
of guy.
you know,
I'm not
I don't
a
know why you
debate.
would assume. I believe in God and science. There's nothing wrong with believing the Creator created everything, and He created the molecules and the bugs and the humans and everything that has to do with science also done.
So why is it that you're not a Christian? That's all I
Well,
want to know.
Hold on, let me, because that's gonna kind of pivot off from
Yeah,
my
it's a different
question.
subject now. Yeah.
Well, okay, so I kind of have so basically, if you believe in God, I don't know if I genuinely don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I'm going to assume that you're being serious. Okay, so you're being serious.
I am being 100% serious. Yeah.
I think if you have, I think if you have a presupposition of God, and that justifies your other presuppositions of morality and logic and reason and so on, and you believe that it is morally unacceptable, because now that you said that you believe in God, I actually now have more respect for you. I think you actually now have a coherent morality, metaphysical understanding.
But here's the thing, Paul. That should not make a difference for you, because whether you believe in God or you're atheist or agnostic or whatever, everyone should agree torture and killing is wrong. Then, especially
not true.
if you believe
That's
in a
not
higher
true.
power
Murder
and
is
God
wrong.
created all the creatures. Then,
if you are a person with a worldview of materialism, that the only thing that exists is material, then you have no justification for why murder and torture is wrong.
But Paul, I'll tell you why that's unfair. I'm not claiming to be perfect. I live in a culture where the other guy said earlier about technology, phones. We do a lot of horrible things. We take resources. You can't expect me to be perfect. And if I'm not perfect, then go, well, you know what? You have no right to point the finger to torture and killing them.
I didn't say that you're claiming to be perfect. I do understand that it is a default position to take, that if a person, that it is a default position to assert that killing a human being is wrong. However, a lot of people don't actually take the philosophical route of actually trying to justify whether or not that is morally acceptable. You could say that killing a human being is wrong, and I would agree with you. I think everyone in here would agree. And I'm not saying that you're stupid for thinking that or anything like that, because you don't have a clear justification for why that's wrong. But I'm saying, if you're going to engage with someone and tell them that they can't do X, Y, and Z because it's morally wrong, I would challenge you and I would ask you, what is your worldview and how can that actually justify whether or not that is even wrong? Because just saying that killing and torturing is wrong and that's there, I mean, that's not good enough.
So, Paul, I did say if you want, I can answer these questions, but I'm not going to lie, Paul. I'm a little surprised that you're doing this, because whenever I get these philosophical, I mean, you don't agree with this, I know. Whenever I get what I think to be philosophical mumbo-jumbo arguments, I just didn't expect that from you, because most people with common sense know you torture and kill any innocent life on this planet. It's wrong. Why would, if you don't have to do it, don't do it.
I think you're being ignorant in saying that. I mean, why wouldn't you, if you have gone your entire life and just sat back and thought, we shouldn't kill one another, we shouldn't torture, we shouldn't do this or that, right. And that's like, right. I'm just going to believe that is what's morally right. You're saying that you're essentially asserting that it's ignorant for a person to then ask the question, well, why is that even a morally wrong thing to do? Why shouldn't we do that?
Let me clarify. It's only ignorant because I already know that you know it's wrong. and you're still asking me because you're trying to find some
I know.
philosophical mumble to hit me on that.
No, I know that it's wrong, and I'm going to assume that you know it's wrong as well. But I'm asking the question of why do you know it's wrong? I mean, you can't just sit there and say that it's wrong, and then I know that it's wrong, and that's it. I mean, I'm going to ask you, what is your justification
just
for
to
why
make sure
that's
I
wrong?
understand? So can I ask Paul? I'm not trying to be smart. I'm asking you a real question. What is the purpose of this question? If you agree with me, torturing and killing is wrong, then?
Well, because if you're going to be asserting that everyone just follows some sort of moral code, then I want to challenge and see if your moral code is even coherent within your worldview. And why should I follow your moral code at all? Why should I follow it?
And that's exactly what I was saying. I said that clearly. You agree with me, but you're just trying to find something to win the argument with some philosophical mumbo jumbo. Then.
No, that's not true at all. I'm asking and trying to find out whether or not you actually have
I'll answer your question.
moral base.
Since we're going in circles, I'll answer your question anyway. And I was trying to do it earlier, actually, just so you know. Here's why torturing and killing is wrong. The life feels pain and suffering. It feels it. So when you go on YouTube and you play the videos of the animal suffering, you can hear it screaming, squirming, yelping, trying to get out of there. And like sometimes they'll have tears in their eyes. And of course, the mental aspect, you can find videos of the animals going nuts and crazy because they keep getting forced to get pregnant, for example, and their babies are taken away over and over and over and over and over and over. And then the killing. They all have a right to live. Just because we're stronger and we're higher and we're smarter doesn't mean we can say, fuck you animals, now I'm going to eat you because I feel like having a bean burrito tonight, a beef burrito. They don't have a say. They cannot speak in English and say, stop, leave me alone. They don't have a voice other than screaming and yelping. They have a right to live, just like every creature in God's earth. Hang on. Just like every creature on this planet and in this universe has a right to live. Now, if you're starving and you have to survive, you're hungry, then do what you got to do. But we are blessed to live in America. We do not have to give our money to an industry that tortures and kills animals. Then.
Okay, you didn't actually give me any clear justification to anything. You just gave universal truths, and you were saying.
No, Paul, I said suffering. No, Paul, I said suffering. They feel pain. They suffer.
Okay, great.
They don't want to die, do they?
Okay, great. Why is that
come
wrong?
On. Paul, the same reason it's wrong.
I literally just asked you a philosophical question. You can't answer it. And what you're trying to do is be like, oh, it's because you want to win a debate. This is why you're going this route.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong for someone to inflict pain on you or your dog?
Why it's wrong is because in my worldview, which is the Christian worldview, it's taught that is morally wrong because of my Christian worldview. It's not within.
What if someone was not Christian? What if they were Muslim or Hindu or Buddhist or atheist? They can't know suffering and killing and torturing is wrong. Then what is that?
I'm not claiming that they can't know whether or not that's wrong, but I'm saying that they don't have let me rephrase that they can't feel as though that is a wrong thing to do, but I'm saying that they can't actually justify that without a coherent worldview.
Okay, so if I say to you, if I said to you, and I clearly said this, if I said to you, the animal feels pain, it suffers, and it has a right to live, and you dismiss that and go, you don't have any answers. What else do you want then, man? I don't understand what else you want then.
I'm saying you're saying that as if I'm supposed to assume that is an action that's like. You're assuming that I'm supposed to take that as okay, then that's correct. I'm supposed to just assume that is a wrong thing to do when that's not how philosophy works at all. If you're going to actually
that's not true. You're telling me two things. You're telling me two things. You said there's a difference with you because you have Christian values to justify why it's wrong, and then you go, it's not a philosophical thing. So you can't have it both ways. Either
I'm
it's a
saying
Christian
what you were saying
thing,
wasn't a philosophical thing. I was saying what you were saying was a philosophical thing.
Okay, so even if I'm right, why is that like not good enough? I don't understand why that's a problem for you. And by the way, you can do by religion too, or a philosophical. Either
because
one.
I'm saying that you're using universal truths, and I'm saying how do you justify those universal truths? And what you're doing to justify those universal truths is proclaiming more universal truths. That's why.
No, listen. No, let's try this again. I'm not taking Mars and Jupiter and Saturn or any part of the universe. When an animal or human,
You don't know what a
human
universal
so you
truth
can
is, do you?
But let me ask you. When you take a human and you force the human to be tortured or killed, you don't have to be religious to know it's wrong. You're telling me I'm just not accepting it because you're not showing me why it's wrong. It's suffering. It has a right to live. They're done. But you're not accepting that. So here's what I'm going to do for you now.
I'm asking you. No. I'm asking you why suffering is wrong, and you're saying it's because it's suffering. That's a stupid.
I know what you're saying, Paul. But I'm going to show you what you're doing wrong. Let me show you what you're doing. If you were doing this the other way around, let's say this was the other way around, and you and I was asking you, why is it wrong to torture and kill a human? And then you explained it to me. They suffer. They feel pain. They're not happy.
That's
they
not
might
what I
have a
would
right
have said.
to live.
Okay.
Not,
that's not how I would reply.
But hang on. But Paul, if I said to you, you know what, Paul, you're not giving me any justification. You're just giving me universal truths based on more universal truths. So you don't have an answer to this, Paul. That wouldn't make any sense. You would lose, man.
Okay, you straw man me so hard right now. You
Paul,
essentially.
That's exactly what you did to me. I'm doing the other way around.
That's
for
not
you.
what I did to you. That's not what I did.
You didn't
to you.
do that.
Okay, I asked you why suffering was wrong, and you replied with because it's suffering. That's
Here we go with suffering again. Here we go with suffering.
I didn't just say suffering. I don't know why Mr. Beardo was laughing at me. I clearly said suffering. It has a right to live. You're killing it. It has a right to live. Why are you dodging that?
Okay, well then you're just adding another universal truth. You're saying it has a right to live, but we're all supposed to accept that as a truth, as a universal truth.
All right, so Paul, before I address that, when I did it the other way around and I pretended you did the same thing, what was different with my example when I did it the other way around? What was different?
I don't understand what you mean by that question.
Remember how I said, what if this was the other way around and you gave me this answers for humans or dogs or whatever I said, and then I said to you, oh, Paul, you're not giving me an answer. You're just giving me universal truths. And you told me that's not the same thing. What is the difference?
The difference is I wouldn't have used universal truths. I would have given you a justification for why those universal truths even work in my worldview. Okay, and you haven't done that yet.
But if you did, what is the difference?
Oh, okay, so you're asking me, okay, so Paul, what if you gave me a bullshit reply? That's essentially what you're telling me.
All right, Paul, if we're going to play that game, Paul, you're giving me bullshit follow-ups, okay?
Okay, so you give up then?
Paul,
is that
by
what?
To your religious argument, Paul, to your religious argument, if you're going to tell me that the difference is you have a religious argument, you know you can find tons of things in any, I shouldn't say any religion, but particularly Islam or Christianity or any other, lots of other religions where you can find things that are questionable. So just because something is in a religion or not there doesn't mean you have the moral high ground and everyone else does not.
Okay, so to reply to that, you're essentially saying that with what I perceive to be moral, you're going to go and then find something that I perceive to be immoral in like Christianity or Islam or whatever, and then you're going to assert with your subjective reality of what is moral and not, which you haven't justified whatsoever. You haven't given me a clear, coherent, objective moral.
No, I have. You just dismissed it.
No, you didn't actually. You didn't give me any justification for your objective universal truth of why suffering or killing is even
Paul,
morally wrong.
By this logic, if I had a dog in front of me and I kicked it in the head and stomped on it, and then you go, why is that wrong? If I don't have a religion, I can't show you why it's wrong to kick and stomp on that puppy?
Yeah, pretty much. If you don't believe in God, you can't actually give me a coherent reply.
So Paul, as a person, Paul, I believe in God, but now that you give me that answer, it is you again who's giving me the bullshit answer. You are literally dismissing everything I tell you and just going, my way is the only true way to verify, and that's it.
Well, no, I didn't. No.
Galaxy, hold up here. Galaxy, you're saying the exact thing.
Yeah.
In other words,
Galaxy has done this whole conversation.
Exactly. It's like believe me.
What have I done? What have I done the same thing?
So I'm just saying. You're saying
I'm science. You're a conspiracy theory. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
okay.
like
Let me clarify. That was not my intention. Let me clarify. I said to you clearly, and you can play the tape. I said to you clearly, whether you believe in God or you're atheist or you're agnostic or whatever, torturing is killing is wrong. Now he's telling me, where's your justification? Because he has a way for religion to do that. So I'm trying to show him just because something has a religious background doesn't mean now they're all right and everyone else who doesn't follow that is wrong. You can have right and wrong without a particular religion. You can do that.
If you do not believe in God, you don't have a coherent worldview in which you could justify morality. And I'm saying if you're an atheist and you only believe in what is material and that there isn't any metaphysical construct to reality, you can't justify what is morally acceptable or not.
Oh, you forgot.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
You forgot what I said. Yeah, go ahead, Paul. Don't get angry, man.
No, it's because you're interrupting, and so you're not allowing me to actually say what I want to say.
When you say I have bullshit answers and all that, you're kind of being a jerk,
Oh, you're kind of being a jerk right now too. Okay, so an atheist.
That's after you started that drama.
If an atheist were to kick and stomp on a dog, no, they cannot actually morally justify why that was a wrong thing. If they were an atheist, no, they can't do that. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and I said, because you believe in God, you do have a way to actually justify why killing and torturing an animal is wrong. So
that's what I was trying to answer right now, Paul. No, Paul, that's what I was trying to answer. Paul,
yeah, but you got mad at me and you told me that, by your logic, that atheists can't know that.
That's why I was trying to clarify that, but you didn't want me interrupting you. I could have just got into right away why it's wrong when it comes to religion and God. I could have done that, and I kind of did earlier. You forgot when I said, if you believe in God, it's wrong to kill. They're God's creatures. God put them on earth. They have a right to live. The reason I didn't do it right now was because I thought, judging by the way you were acting earlier, you seem like a smart guy. I thought if I just go into why it's wrong with religion and God, he can just say, well, what about other religions? And how do you know God thinks this? So I was trying to go by something that we can all agree on, science. That's why I did that. If you want, I can get into the religious part again, if you like.
Okay, but you're asserting that using universal truths like logic and reason, morality is something that I'm just going to sit here and accept, like you and I, like we both are.
No, Paul, you didn't get what I said. No, Paul, you didn't get what I said. Paul, you still didn't get what I said earlier in the phone call in this StreamYard. Earlier, I did explain why it's wrong religiously when it comes to God. The reason I didn't do it right now was because I thought, based on the way you were talking to me earlier, you were being on my on my side.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
What am I not getting?
What I'm saying is that every single universal truth that you use, you have to believe in God in order for those universal truths to work. So you saying religiously, like justifying why it's wrong, and I'm telling you that is the only way that you could actually justify what is morally wrong. And you're telling me that there's some other thing.
Well, there's only one difference between you and me. You say only way is God and religion. I say God, religion, and science. That's the only difference. You're just nitpicking now, man.
No. I'm saying that science can't even justify morality, but you're saying that it can for some reason.
Okay, I'm not even saying science. I'm just.
Well, you literally just said that. You literally just said God and science.
Let me clarify. When I was doing the routine earlier, I know now I said science. I know that. What I meant was earlier when I was talking about killing a dog, stomping on a dog, and all that. I wasn't using the word science. I was just trying to go by common sense at that point.
Okay, but common sense is not a universal truth that we could just agree on. I mean, it's not common sense. You can't use common sense in order to justify something that's morally right.
And religion is not a universal truth that we can all agree on.
I'm sorry, what was that?
And religion is not a universal truth that we all can agree on.
Well, you could say that you can't agree on it, but you kind of have to if you want to justify universal truths. You have to agree that God exists in order to justify universal truths.
No, you don't. I feel guilty saying this, Paul, because I believe in God. That's why I feel guilty, because I believe in God. But I don't understand why you're nitpicking on, well, the only way is to justify with religion. I'm just trying to show you a common sense thing about torturing and killing, and you're nitpicking that I'm not going by religion right now. I don't understand.
You totally don't understand my point at all. I'm telling you that you can't use common sense in order to justify what is morally right. I'm challenging you and saying, where do you derive moral truths from? And you're telling me it's common sense.
My answer to that, again, I've said this over and over. earlier in the StreamYard, I was showing you about God and religion. I just didn't do it right now because I thought, based on the way you talked to me, that you would be smart enough to know, hey, Galaxy, why would you go by God and religion? Not everyone has the same religion. What if you're wrong? Do you know more than God and all that? So I just went to something else, like, common sense, science then.
Oh my God! And I'm telling you that you can't use common sense in order to justify
I know
that.
that. No, I know that now, Paul. Paul, I know that. Paul, I know that
No,
now.
but you're asserting that using common sense is a better method, and I'm telling you it's not.
Okay, fine. So Paul, okay, so we obviously don't agree about the science and common sense. Do you want me to go back to the religion thing? I can do that for you.
Absolutely.
I have one problem.
Dude, I'm telling you that you can't even use common sense because common sense can't justify universal truths. It can't justify universal morality. It can't.
I heard you. I'm saying, do you want me to go to the religion then? I'm asking you this question.
No, I'm telling you. Will you assert this, that there's no other way for you to justify moral universal truths without the belief of God? Will you assert that there's no other way of doing it?
I think it depends on what the truth is, right?
Here we go.
I have one problem with this.
For example,
I have one problem with that point.
If you tell me
this is going nowhere, guys.
And by the way,
this is not going anywhere. This is a train to nowhere.
Chris, you are right. And this is what I said earlier when Paul brought this up. I said this earlier. I don't want to get into, I don't have the exact words in the exact quote, okay, but I basically told him I don't really want to get into this because it's going to lead to philosophical mumbo jumbo, or we're gonna get off the subject then.
Philosophical.
This is what happens with these.
You're only calling it mumbo jumbos because you don't even understand philosophy in the first place.
Paul, the truth is you made up your mind and you're stuck in your way, and everyone who disagrees with you is wrong or giving you bullshit answers. You made up your mind. Good for you, man. You have all the answers. You know everything about the universe. I don't agree with you. I'm sorry.
Challenging you on something, and you can't even give me a coherent response for why it's wrong. You could only.
Okay,
You're only.
I'll try this again. I'll try this again. No, I've given you a coherent response. You are just not accepting my answer. I'll try this again.
I wasn't accepting it because it didn't make any sense at all.
Thank you.
And the only
that's the problem with our world. We don't have to accept things that are not true. Period.
Galaxy,
Paul,
you're mind reading.
You don't accept my answer, and I don't accept your answer. So what we do at that point is instead of relying on one religion,
in a bubble now.
So instead of relying on one,
right?
Instead of relying on your way or my way, why don't we go by the science at that point?
Because science can't justify moral truths. I've told you this like 20 times.
Just go by the science. Let's go by the science,
everybody. We got Dr. here.
To the guy with the beard. To the guy with the beard, I'm not saying you have to go by just science. I'm happy to go by God and religion, but he's not going to accept anything I tell him. That's the problem.
You guys want to hear science?
I'm not accepting what you're saying because it doesn't make any sense, and you're not understanding it whatsoever.
It makes sense. Okay. So when something doesn't make sense to you, but it makes sense to someone else, you don't just say, I'm wrong, you're wrong, I'm wrong, you're wrong. You go by the facts at that time. So that's why you go by facts. That's why you go by facts, Paul. The fact is they don't want to die. They want to live.
Okay.
That's a fact.
Okay, and you're saying that as a universal truth, and you can't give me a clear, coherent answer for why that is actually morally wrong. And I've challenged you on that so many times. You couldn't give me an answer.
Because pain and suffering is not a pleasant experience. That's
because pain and suffering is an unpleasant experience, and so therefore it's morally wrong, right?
Right. Yes, you don't cause pain and suffering to anything if you don't have to. That's right.
I know that's been your position this entire time, but you're calling me an idiot that like I'm in some sort of bubble, like I don't understand that. And I'm telling you,
I never said you're an idiot. I only reacted.
I know I'm using hyperbole. I'm using hyperbole.
When you
let me finish?
I know that. But I heard you say hyperbole. I'm actually listening to you, Paul. When you say to me, "Oh, you're giving me bullshit answers. You don't have an answer. You're stuck in a bubble." When you come at me like that, don't be surprised if I think you're an idiot. Then
that's fine.
I literally asked you to give me. I literally asked you to give me a justification.
I'm pretty sure the guy with the beard thinks I'm an idiot.
And your response.
I don't think you're an idiot, Galaxy.
I literally asked you.
To the guy with the beard, if you don't think I'm an idiot, man, what do you think I am, man? I like to know what you think. I'm pretty sure it's pretty negative.
No, you're good. Listen, do you believe in
listening to him, Galaxy? You're not even listening.
Do you believe in biblical passages, Galaxy? Do you believe in things?
I'm not. Paul, I am listening. You're just dismissing everything. Your mind is made up. You're stuck in your ways, and you think you know everything.
No,
to the guy with the beard,
he literally said, I don't think you're. He literally said, "I don't think you're an
I know
idiot,
what he
Galaxy."
said, man. I'm
And then
talking about you, Paul. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Paul.
Oh my God! Can you let me finish? Like seriously, you're sitting here telling me like I have my mind made up, but you don't even want people to finish their response, and you want to actually just assume
I'm
that you
debating
know
with
what they're talking
multiple
about.
people at once.
No.
I'm debating
You're a
multiple people at
no,
once.
you're a
so I'm listening to
narcissist.
everyone.
No, you're a narcissist. You have some sort of
let's recap here. When you say I give you bullshit answers and I'm in a bubble and I'm stuck and all that, you're the narcissist. You start the drama and you can't handle when I come back at you. That's a problem, man.
No, I'm trying to have you justify your moral universal truths, and your response is, "Oh, it's because suffering is wrong." So you're giving me another universal truth.
Let's take a timeout. Let's take a timeout. Before we get to the subject about universal truths and how much you know, let's first acknowledge something, Paul. And you can play this tape back. In the beginning, when you and I were debating, it was pretty nice. You started the negative kind of reactions, and then when I reacted to you, you got more negative. And you're just basically giving yourself
It's because you don't want to listen to anything we're saying.
I'm a narcissist. Everything is my fault.
Yes, because you have some sort of God.
And I'm the narcissist. Everything is my fault, and I'm the narcissist. Okay, Paul. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? I owe an apology to the guy with the beard. You're more reasonable than Paul. I owe you an apology, man. I'm missing you now, man. I'm gonna go back to that guy.
Look,
Galaxy,
do you believe
moral? You can't give a justification to universal truths.
I gave you justification. I gave you.
No,
you
did not. And I'm telling you,
since you want to call me names, you're just too dumb to understand, man. You're just dismissing it.
Did I call you a name? Did I call you a name? What did I call you?
No, you were very nice, Paul. You were very nice to me, Paul. You gave me lots of compliments.
What did I call you? Did I call you a name?
Paul, how many times, Paul, do you want me to repeat the negative things you've said to me? How many times
What
do you
did
want
I
me to
call
do
you? I didn't call you a name.
Now he's gonna.
I said you're a narcissist, but that's not a name.
Now he's gonna say Galaxy doesn't have an answer. Every time I answer this guy, he dismisses it, and then when I get tired of him, he goes, "You're the bad guy. You're wrong."
I dismissed it because it was a bullshit answer. That's why.
So what do you want me to do?
You can't actually think at a philosophical level until you get.
Paul, listen, Paul. When someone says these things to you over and over, how much time do you want me to argue with that person, man? Seriously.
fellow Californian Galaxy.
I'm staying on the same point because you can't.
Mr. Beard.
Hello.
I gave you an answer. You can't accept my answer, man. Your mind is made up. Your way is the only way, man.
Accept your answer because it wasn't a good answer.
Paul, if you like Paul, I'll tell you what I'll do. Since you think I'm in a bubble and I'm a narcissist, you bullshit answers. Paul, I'm inviting you on my program, one-on-one. Let's find out who's scared and who's backing down, man. I'll put you on my program if you like.
All right, I'll come on your program.
All right.
There you go.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead to the guy. I know you were asking me something. Go ahead, guy.
No, man. Do you believe in biblical principles? Do you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, I believe in the Bible. Sure. Yes.
Do you know that in Genesis it says that the man has rule authority over the beasts and the animals?
I've never read the Bible from start to finish, man. I apologize.
What is no? Just go look in Genesis. There's, if you care to know, there's a scripture in there that talks about that God gave man the authority over the animals.
Mm-hmm.
So just something.
Is it true before the flood that the world was vegetarian according to Christians, or no?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No. Okay. I don't know why some Christians are they wrong, or some Christians believe that, don't they?
I don't know, but Galaxy, I appreciate what you do say about people need to be more mindful when they eat instead of just eating a burger and shitting. I agree with that. But
I remember you said that. I remember that.
Yeah, that's it. But that's all I wanted to say.
By the way, somebody asked me earlier if I had other subjects. I mean, it's your program. I think we are going in circles now, and I knew this would happen with the philosophy.
We're definitely going in circles, but we're gonna back down.
And by the way, Tony, I knew this would happen. It always happens with the philosophical stuff. It always goes like this, man.
Well, that's all right. I mean, we are great believers in philosophy on this show, and that's for sure.
So am I.
I'm having a good time.
I love philosophy. You can't have a debate. Philosophy is going to come down to some opinions, and you can't debate people on opinions. I like to go by facts, you know.
Yeah, but it's also where you get your facts from. Okay,
that's true. I agree.
Galaxy.
Facts and all these studies and all studies and facts can be biased. That's for sure. They can be manipulated.
But that's true. That's true. But you can make the same point for the meat eating fact studies and the vegetarian studies. So what you do is you go by the majority. So let me ask you a question, Tony. What do you think is more likely, Tony? What do you think is more likely? Do you think it's more likely for meat eating doctors to tell you that a plant-based diet is healthier, or for the meat industry to tell you that the meat diet's fine?
I don't listen to either of them. I listen to my body.
Yeah.
Listen
Okay, but what's more likely? I'm asking like a logical question. What do you think is more likely?
And gives me high testosterone to be a man. I eat the things that make me a man, period.
I can assure you, Tony, you can be a nice man and much more healthier probably if you don't eat carcass, flesh, gut, and blood.
Absolutely not. I'm going to disagree with you 100%.
We got too many nice
Tony,
men, Galaxy.
see, Tony, this is where we have to go by facts, Tony. It's not a disagreement, Tony. The facts show it, man.
They don't show it.
Galaxy, we're not trying to be nice men. We're not trying to be nice men. We're trying to be men.
Yep. Not trying to
You
be
can
nice.
I can assure you, man, the world's strongest guy in Germany is a vegan. He's a manly man. Arnold Schwarzenegger became a vegan. He's a manly man.
He gets too.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has nice breath now. He does. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has
Again, genetic freaks don't count. That's
no, but Tony, I only gave you those examples because if you want to talk about manly men, these are very much manly men. If I told you about an average guy in the street, you wouldn't know who he is then.
I'm an average guy in the street.
Okay, and you can find average guys who are very healthy. Knock on wood, I'm very healthy. I'm about.
I don't know what you look like. I don't know
I
what
can tell you right
like.
now. I'm about
I don't know who you are.
I'm about
Bullshit,
6'2".
you're a fucking icon.
I weigh 220. I weigh 220, and I'm actually
pretty tall. Yeah, but you don't have an icon, so we don't know. We don't know who you are.
Well, because I'm not because I have a very popular page, so I'm not stupid to come on and let everyone know who I am.
You're just
bullshit.
bullshit.
Now you want to be an asshole. All right. So now you want to be a fucking asshole.
I am an asshole. I'm 100% asshole, dude. 100%. 100%.
Well, good for you. You must be very proud of yourself. Good for you, Anthony.
I don't give a fuck what I am, dude. I don't give a fuck, dude.
I can tell, Anthony.
Step to me, dude. Step to me. I'm in Pasadena. Step to me.
I just want to say one.
Why would I?
I don't know. Why would you? Do you even live here? Do you even live in California?
Do you want to meet me and hang out or something, man?
No, I want to come and kick your fucking ass. How's that sound?
You're a fucking online tough guy, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm in Pasadena. I can tell you exactly where I live. Online, I'll tell you where I live right now.
That shows me
677 South Park. What's that?
Don't give your address. You're dumb, man. Don't give your address, man. You're dumb, man.
Oh, go to the original Trader Joe's in Pasadena. And just tell everybody.
By the way, see what I mean?
I'm making a block of that. Just go ahead.
Listen to the angry people who get angry.
I don't even know who you are.
Question. I'm not getting mad.
I don't even know who you are. I'm
not talking about you, Paul. I'm talking about Anthony.
You're an icon, dude.
You said you look at Paul and Tony.
I was saying Paul and Tony. Like, look at how this guy is acting. Like he's acting like a madman, a psychopath.
I am a psychopath, dude. I'm a fucking psychopath, dude.
So you really want
to fuck with me? So you really want to fuck with me? I'm a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, I'm scared of you, man. Please, I'm scared of you.
Oh, you are? Well, then come down. Come down. You're in California right here.
Hold up.
Oh, it's too cold for you?
Hold up.
Is it raining too cold for you?
I got better things to do than meet fucking fags who want to meet me, man.
Hey, let's end the disrespect.
Dude, you literally were jumping on me for being mean to you, and you just called him a fag.
You can't be fucking serious, Paul. Are you listening to Anthony? Are you fucking serious, Paul?
Yeah, but you are being a dick, though. Let's just be real.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just lost
control.
I'm reacting to this guy being a dick, and you're literally giving him a pass.
I know, but you don't know Anthony.
I don't know if that was intentional.
Hey,
he doesn't know me.
Yeah, but okay.
Who knows you? You're an icon. You're nobody. You're nobody.
It's amazing.
You don't even show your face.
I actually had respect for you earlier. You flipped, Paul. Seriously, you've changed, Paul. Seriously.
I was agreeing with you on the whole vegan thing because I don't really know much about veganism, and so I wasn't going to delve into that. But when I was asking you questions about philosophy, you totally chickened out, out of the questions.
All right, and I really owe the guy. I really owe the guy with the beard. I really owe the guy with the beard an apology. To the guy with the beard, I really owe you an apology.
Look,
you were
now
much
you're
more
dodging
reasonable
again.
than these guys.
Now
You can apologize all you want, dude. You can apologize all you want.
You're just using ad hominems at this point. You're just using ad hominems.
I already know, Paul, what's happening
This is a typical California pussy. This is a
the truth is, Paul, you got
Don't show his
owned,
face.
and now you're trying to find a way to come at me, Paul. That's all
All
you're
the
doing,
bullshit.
man.
All the bullshit.
I can't hear what he's saying, Anthony. What did you say?
I said, Paul, the truth is, Paul, you got owned, and you're just trying to find any way to come at me. That's all you're doing,
Dude, I didn't get owned. You couldn't answer my question at
all.
all.
Anyway, Anthony wants to be in Pasadena.
Everybody hold the fuck up. Everybody hold the fuck up. If there's any more name calling, I will boot instantly, flush. Okay, so let's back off on that. This is, I believe in, getting some free speech, but this channel is kind of a dictatorship, and I am the dictator. So any type of Anthony, Galaxy, any name calling, and I'm going to flush. It's that simple. So let's all take.
Do you mind, Tony?
Let's all take.
You can say no if you want, man. Do you mind if I plug my page, man?
Go for it.
Okay. If anybody wants to find me, if you're welcome to come on my podcast, I have more than one page. So just to make it simple, to find me, just go on YouTube and type Michael Jordan fans or the worst NBA fans in, and you should find my page then.
Okay. I saw you in the chat earlier.
Thank you. Yeah, if anybody wants to go on my podcast, if you disagree, you are more than welcome. And I assure you, if you stay nice and respectful, I will stay nice.
I would be in the live chat for sure if you and Paul would debate. I would be on that. I would love to see that.
Yeah, no, and you can play my other debates. I never start drama. Whenever people are nice, respectful, kind, and pleasant, I try to stay nice, respectful, kind, and pleasant.
Okay. I have been very nice and respectful to you. I have been sitting back.
Actually, Tony, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Tony, I'm not gonna lie. You and Chris, I actually thought, like earlier, if you would have asked me who is more likely to start a fight with you, I would have guessed Chris and the guy with the beard. I wouldn't have guessed Paul, Tony, or you. And it turns out that Chris is pretty much reasonable, and even the guy with the beard started being reasonable. He changed, I think. He was more negative before, but now he's nice. And now Paul just became negative, and Anthony became a jerk.
This is why you don't judge people.
I'm never reasonable. I've never been reasonable.
Look, I haven't had this much fun on Saturday night in a long time.
One quick thing. Here we go.
Just so you guys know, what I do is
races or having white privilege.
And I like to bring up certain
give
subjects.
them the finger and tell them how the cow ate the cabbage.
That's a good one.
I want everybody to concentrate.
They accuse you of being racist
jerks
or
and, acting
having white privilege. It's best to just give them the finger and tell them how the cow ate the cabbage.
That's a good one. I'm going to bring
amazing.
Amazing is right. That's just to break the monotony a little, guys. That's all it is.
Is anybody else
hear me?
having a good
The
time?
microphone went out.
We got
Can you guys
13.
hear me? The microphone went out for.
Yeah, we hear you. We got 13 people in the live chat right now. This is great. This is like the good old days.
This has been officially Saturday night after dark for 2 hours.
I haven't laughed this hard since Kellen Del
Saturday Night
Barkman.
Live.
Hey,
Galaxy,
I want you to be safe.
How long before?
Wear a mask. Wear a fucking mask, Galaxy. Just like me.
Am I allowed to talk shit to him, Tony, or do I have to be a good person?
Talk shit all you want, dude. Come talk to me in my fucking face.
Hey,
6 foot.
Anthony, and now
yeah.
I'm gonna.
It's real.
I'm gonna
get real. It's gonna get real.
I'm gonna break the monotony one more time.
A man should never, ever, ever, but never, 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 ever, never, 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 ever, 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 ever tell a woman his weakness. Never let a woman know your weakness. Never tell her your issues, because she would never let you forget it. Even when you overcome those issues, 50 years down the road, she'll remind you of them.
That's it.
That's amazing. Amazing.
He said this is weird.
Wants to know,
This is
Paul,
weird.
are you aroused?
Am I aroused?
Do you know Brandon? Does anybody know Brandon?
No, I don't know. Brandon.
So, guys, I have a question. Is suffering real? No, I'm kidding. Are we suffering?
Not yet.
But
Well, guys, I think it's a good time to wrap it up. I think no pun intended, we've beat a dead horse. And Galaxy, I appreciate your input. That's for sure.
Thank you.
I really do. I think it was interesting. I sat back and I got a different perspective, and I think it's important when you have a debate. And I do understand that debates get heated. And people do have their own thought process. They have, you have your truth, and I think you are passionate about your truth, and I respect you for that. I think that in a debate that, when they do get heated, I think the character of the man is revealed in a debate. So when we throw ad homs at each other, which, I'm not going to say I'm not guilty to call somebody a fucking asshole, and I have no problem to say that when I feel it's necessary. But I think this was somewhat constructive in a way, but I think as a debate, I'm going to give it an A+. So, but I do appreciate.
If you ever want to go over some other subjects, let me know.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I know. Nice. If you ever want to go over some other subjects, let me know.
Oh yeah, we got all sorts of subjects. We actually got on that subject because we never finished Gonzo News tonight.
Oh yeah, Gonzo News is still going.
It's still going. Exactly. Still going.
It's nice to have opposing views. It is.
Yeah.
So, but I think we're going to.
You want me to throw in some other subjects for the future? If you have to go, it's fine. I'm just putting that there.
Yeah, we'll again, you are welcome back. But if anybody wants to stay on for the after party, you are welcome. But I'm going to go ahead and end this broadcast. I want to just recognize everybody in the chat: Brandon, George, Vivian, of course, Vlad Dracula, Earl's daughter, of course, and a few I've missed, I'm sure. But I do appreciate everybody spending this time with us. It's been a long one. It's not as we've had them longer, but I think this was valuable, and I do appreciate everybody who's in the chat and spent that time with us, because this is a growing channel. This is a growing platform, and I'm going to be honest with you. This is what I like. So I like the conversation. I understand it does get heated, and that's okay. People are passionate, but I am not going to say we can agree to disagree. We can just disagree. Period. So.
Are we all gonna have our closing statements or like?
Sure. Let's start. Yeah, and I want them quick. Go ahead, Gonzo. You start.
You can find my art and what have you over at midnight.author on Instagram, so you can check that out. And you can check out Gonzo School on YouTube. That's where all the latest and greatest is at these days. Gonna have some books. Gonna have some new stuff coming out pretty soon here. So, this has been interesting. Oh yes, and everybody just be sure to stock up. Get yourself plenty of bacon.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
By the way, just to make sure, where's the after party? Just to make sure I understand. I think I get it, but I just want to make sure.
I'm going to go next. I'll tell you about it here in a second, but I'm Tony Bruno. You can find me, of course, here on my YouTube channel. You can also find me on Instagram and Twitter at T21Surfer. You can also find me at Tony Bruno on Gab. That's Tony Bruno, T21Surfer. On Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Anchor, on Lifestyle Philosophies with Tony Bruno. That's how everybody can find me. Also, Don't forget your tactical soap, high-fat soap, of course, high-fat, pheromone infused, beard oil, cologne sticks. Use my coupon code KING and get you some. Good stuff. You want to attract the ladies? This is what you get, guys. Go ahead, Galaxy. You're next if you want to give out your info.
So thanks for having me on. It was fun. It's good to go over things. I appreciate it. You're all welcome to go on my program if you like. If anybody wants to go on, send me an email then. Stay safe.
Okay. Awesome. Man.
What's up, everybody? So you can find me at my username Mantidote, like antidote, on Instagram, and check out my Primal Man YouTube channel. You can find Monday Night Man Hour. We do a segment where we just talk anything, philosophy, hobbies, God, religion. Don't talk about politics too much. Talk about off-grid stuff like that. Check out the channel there, Primal Man. That's it.
Paul Galvin.
I don't have anything to plug, but I will take this opportunity to publicly, while it's still live, concede the Galaxy and apologize. I did not mean to come across as an asshole. And you clearly, Galaxy, have you have a podcast and you talk a lot. I don't do any of that stuff or debate. And so you're more well spoken than I am. And so I didn't mean to come across that way. And it hurts to know. It hurts to know that you think that I'm an asshole, because I genuinely try to avoid that. But in the heat of the moment, sometimes things come out not the way that I intend them to. So I apologize if that's how I came across. I will send you an email.
You meant every word, Paul. You meant every word.
I didn't want to seem like I was throwing ad hominems or degrading him. That's not what I wanted to seem like. And I'm genuinely trying to actually apologize and say that I want to have an actual civil discussion about it, because I think it is an important topic. And I think you and I have things that we don't know about each other, and we're just assuming things about each other. And I think that's a wrong way to go about having a discussion if we actually want to learn about things. And so that's what I want to apologize about. I will send you an email, and we should definitely try to get a discussion going and try to hash out our different point of views. And even if I did mean it, I still apologize for meaning it. I don't want that to be where discussions actually head. And so even if you guys don't want to accept that as a genuine apology, it is a genuine apology. So.
Thank you, man. Those are some really nice things, man. I accept your apology. Thank you. And I apologize genuinely to you. I am sorry. No matter how you or someone else acts on this live stream, I need to control myself. So even if someone I feel like starts drama or is rude, that's not an excuse for me to react in a rude way or anything kind of negative way then. So I'm sorry. I really mean that. Now this is the Paul that I remember, by the way, the nice, respectful, kind guy. So when you're like this, man, now I feel bad also. Thank you, man. It's really nice of you. Thank you.
I try to stay that Paul that you're talking about, and it is a problem. I really need to stay to that Paul, because when I turn into that Paul, we don't get anywhere. I mean, when you and I were talking, it was like we were talking at walls. We weren't talking to each other. And that's where we want to be when we're having a discussion. If we actually want to get somewhere in the discussion, we need to be talking to each other and trying to understand each other's viewpoints. And so when you and I have our discussion, I'm going to try my very best to make sure that it's actually productive and it doesn't result into what happened tonight.
Okay.
I appreciate it. That's really nice of you, Paul. Thank you. Same to you, man. You seem nice and respectful.
I'm glad
go
you
ahead.
got, for me, to me, again, after having a debate, a discussion, argument, it shows the character of a man. And we're going to finish off with Asshole Anthony from Occupied California.
Yeah. I want you guys to read Where Did the Towers Go by Judy Wood. Very hard to find, but if you do, you're a real true soldier.
I've been checking it out, actually.
Oh shit, dude! Watch out for you.
Actually, sorry, no, I haven't been checking it out. I mean, you said many times not to check it out, so I've been spending a lot of time not checking it out. So
I'm glad you have done that. Yes, thank you.
By the way, Tony, not to interrupt real quick, Anthony. Sorry, Anthony. Tony, if you don't mind me asking, it seems like everybody in here pretty much wants to keep it going. Have you considered just keeping it going? Unless I'm wrong, they don't want to keep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. At this point, I don't. I think we hit a pinnacle, and I'm going to leave it there.
Hey Tony, he wants to know what the after party is. Tell him what the after party is.
No, X-nay on the after party, eh?
Yeah, Ixnay on the after party. That's all right. It's all good, guys.
Let's think, guys. Let's think.
We're going to wrap it down, and
Go ahead, Anthony. I interrupted Anthony. I think. Go ahead, Anthony.
I will.
We're going to wrap this down, but I just want to say, that book and the book that Gonzo, I want to promote that, and yet I really wish you guys wouldn't read that, and I wish you just wouldn't read that at all. And it was very interesting. I want to say that it was a great night, and I really appreciate Tony having this. It really helps, and you can see the difference in California. California can be very different, right? One extreme to the other. So when people look at California, I think we need to see that it could be very different.
Sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in the final location.
Oh no! Well, we got a little music.
See, you and I like Red Hot Chili Peppers, all right? So, I mean, that's already.
All right, guys. Everybody,
Anyways.
good night. We're going to wrap it down. Cheers.
Wrap it.
California, Shawn. Go ahead, guys. I'm just